Thank you for joining us virtually this morning for the 7th Annual Texas Symposium on Women, Peace and Security, sponsored by the Program on Women, Peace and Security of the Bush School of the Government and Public Service, Texas A&M University. Our theme this year is Women, Peace and Security after the Fall of Kabul. We are excited and honored to hear from the speakers who graciously agreed to address us this year. My name is Gita Amrullah. I am a first-year master's in international affairs student at the Bush School and a Fulbright scholar from Afghanistan. I'm honored to be introducing the symposium speakers this year, and even more honored to introduce the Dean of the Bush School of Government and Public Service, Dean Mark Welch, who will be welcoming us to this year's symposium. Since 2016, Mark Welch has served as the Dean of the Bush School of Government and Public Service at Texas A&M. During his distinguished military career, he served as a 20th Chief of Staff of the Air Force from 2012 to 2016. As a member of Joint Chief of Staff, he and other service chiefs functioned as a military advisors to the Secretary of Defense, National Security Council, and the President. Prior to becoming Chief of Staff, Dean Welch previously served as a commander of the U.S. Air Force in Europe and a commander of NATO's Air Command, Ramstein Air Base, Germany, Associate Director of Military Affairs at the Central Intelligence Agency, and a Commandant of the United States Air Force Academy. He received numerous awards and decorations during his military career, including multiple awards of Defense Distinguished Service Medal, Defense Superior Service, the Legion of Merit, and the Distinguished Flying Cross, in addition to many other awards. We will now hear from Dean Welch.
Thank you, Leda. Howdy, everyone, and good morning. Thank you so much for being with us today. And my welcome to the 7th Annual Texas Women, Peace and Security Symposium. We are just so very honored to have you here. You know, I believe that every subject presented at a college or a university is important to someone. But I also believe that in the big scheme of things, some subjects simply matter more. And the overall subject matter that's been addressed in the 6 previous iterations of this series certainly falls into that category. And I think today's theme, Women, Peace and Security after the Fall of Kabul, is an immensely important and current topic. Everyone has a story. And I think our communities, our cities, our nations, and our world would be much better, much calmer, much more peaceful, and would cooperate much better if we all took the time to just learn those stories. We are privileged today to have 7 immensely capable and very, very credible speakers. Their stories are remarkable. They're inspirational, they're uplifting, sometimes they're a little sad. And while they are unique to each individual, I think the mosaic they create paints a picture that is just impossible to ignore. We're going to hear from 3 ambassadors and 4 other women who have dedicated their professional lives to making our world a better place, sometimes placing their own lives at risk in order to do so. But before we get to them, I have the distinct privilege, and I'll underline that word privilege, of introducing Dr. Valerie Hudson, our host for this event. Dr. Hudson is a Texas A&M University Distinguished Professor. She's the holder of the George H.W. Bush Chair at the Bush School, which, as you can imagine, is a great honor here. And she's the director of our Women, Peace and Security program. Foreign Policy magazine once named Valerie one of the top 100 global thinkers. She was recently named a Distinguished Scholar of Foreign Policy Analysis by the International Studies Association. She's also been honored as an Andrew Carnegie Fellow and as the Fulbright Distinguished Chair at the Australian National University for a year, along with a slew of other awards for teaching and research. She and her co-investigators on the Women's Stats database are inexorably changing the national security discussion and putting gender issues clearly on the table. I served as a member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff for 4 years, and I regret to admit to you that the impact of gender as it related to security issues around the world was never one of the considerations as I made national security execution recommendations to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the Secretary of Defense, and the President. I wish I'd met Dr. Hudson before I took that job. But like most of us, I'm still learning. That's why I'm here. And thanks to so many of you for teaching me. Ladies and gentlemen, our host, Dr. Valerie Hudson.
And thank you for those wonderful remarks, Dean Welsh. We're so grateful to be part of the Bush School and to have the Women, Peace and Security program here at the Bush School. I'd like to also thank Lita for her help today and the help of other of our assistants, for example, Emily Bell and Cheryl Thomas. I'd like you to know that without the support of the Bush School and the Compton Foundation, this event would not be possible. And I would like to express my deepest gratitude for that support. Welcome to the 7th Annual Texas Symposium on Women, Peace, and Security. This promises to be one of the best symposia we have ever had because its topic is so very timely: women, peace, and security after the fall of Kabul. The agenda for the symposium has been sent to all of the attendees, but we have a link in the chat box should that be something that you would like to look at to see when speakers are starting and finishing. Now, before we begin the symposium, I'd like to explain the ins and outs of Zoom question and answer functionality. I'm delighted to tell you that every speaker is keen to hear and address your questions. And some are so keen that the speaker may have chosen to keep their prepared remarks to a minimum so that the bulk of the time will be dedicated to your questions. So how does Zoom let us do this? While each speaker is speaking, we would like you to look at the bottom right of your screen. You should see a little Q&A just to the left of the leave button. Okay, that's where the action is. My team will be collecting and sorting your questions and forwarding them to me so that I can address them to the speaker. Now, I apologize in advance. There's over almost 600 people registered for the symposium. And that means that we may not be able to get to all of the questions that you're going to ask. But even with our limitations, I foresee, on the basis of questions I've already received, that we are going to have a lively and candid discussion. Now, for those of you who are on social media, we have a hashtag, which is whether you're using Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, or Instagram, this hashtag will allow you to find what we're doing. It is hashtag Texas WPS 2021. Texas WPS 2021. In addition, our team will be live tweeting on Twitter about the speaker's comments. So I believe that we now have, we are now ready to go ahead and start the remarks, and I'm the one who's going to start off. So wish me luck. Okay, here we go. There is no more serious occasion for reflection on the women, peace, and security agenda than what we have seen take place in Kabul, Afghanistan in August 2021. Remember, women were a central part of the rationale for the American invasion in 2001. Though by no means a priority, women were one focus of programming in the 20 years that followed, with funding for gender initiatives totaling at least $787 million, according to the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction. At least in the general vicinity of Kabul, women were more free than they had been before the American intervention, free to pursue education and employment. And there were impressive changes, such as the 25% quota for women in the Loya Jirga, the steep decreases in maternal and infant mortality, the steep increase in primary school enrollment for girls. In fact, there were many symbols of this renaissance for women. One that meant the most to me was the award-winning Afghan girls robotics team. Now, of course, most members of that team have fled Afghanistan, and many have been given scholarships to some of the best Western universities. But there were also many women and girls who were not able to leave. And now they have a bright target painted on them, a target that the West helped paint. About a month ago, a 22-year-old woman named Aisha Ahmad penned a letter as Kabul was falling. She had tried for days to reach the airport and was unsuccessful. And when she writes this letter, she knows she is trapped in the city. Now, Aisha, being 22, has never really known life under the Taliban. She was only 2 when the Americans invaded. This is a small excerpt of what she wrote. She said, "The Taliban's return to domination of our country has returned pain and hopelessness to the lives of women. It struck us like a thunderbolt, reducing our 20 years of achievement to ashes, laid waste our aspirations. We have been cast back out of sight, alone, with only darkness in our future, no window of hope. 10 years ago, Hillary Clinton told a group of female Afghan ministers, 'We will not abandon you. We will stand with you always.' Will the world and the US fail and abandon Afghan women now?" A group of Afghan women's NGOs recently penned a similar letter, and let me read an excerpt from that letter. "We, the women's rights activists of Afghanistan, many of us survivors of the first Taliban regime, reflect with empty hearts on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. 73 years after the declaration was adopted by the international community, our rights have been robbed by an insurgent group, one which had no legal, political, or moral mandate to negotiate about the fate of our country or the destinies of its people, and which is now using all means to gain international recognition for their criminal all-male cabinet. During the first Taliban regime, we lived as prisoners in our homes, careful not to break the countless rules that the Taliban imposed on women. Our sisters were beaten, stoned, and shot to death by Taliban members. We celebrated the day when the regime was defeated. We worked for human rights, women's rights, and democracy so that those who come after us could live in freedom and peace. Today, the nightmare has returned. We have lost our right to walk on the streets without a male companion, and our rights to work, study, speak publicly, and live life as human beings. In today's Afghanistan, professional women are shot to death by the Taliban in front of their children. Girls are forced to marry Taliban fighters, and women are forced to leave their schools and workplaces. The women who demonstrate against the Taliban are physically attacked by this regime. The Taliban might have taken over the country, but they have not taken over our hearts, souls, minds, and spirits. Our rights are human rights. We have worked for our rights for years, many of us for decades. We are not ready to give up on those rights, and we urge the international community not to compromise, but to stand with us, united and strong. I read those statements and feel to weep. But when I hear their call to the international community, when I read that every female US senator, though there's but 8 of those, has called on the administration to protect the rights of Afghan women, I shake my head. For clearly, 20 years of being in Afghanistan and working on behalf of women did not bring about widespread cultural change in that country. And it is doubtful, very doubtful, that the international community will be able to effectively insist on anything of the sort. Indeed, the entire US effort to assist Afghan women over the past 2 decades has been a subject of open ridicule by some American pundits. In the US, there is a journalist called Tucker Carlson, who is very popular in conservative circles. This is what Tucker Carlson had to say about the Western project to help Afghan women just last month. This is what he said. And I will put up my fingers so that you know this is not me speaking. Over the past 20 years, Congress has allocated close to $1 billion to export academic feminism to Afghanistan. Where did that money go? It went to programs like a 2-year master's degree in gender and women's studies offered at Kabul University, something Afghans apparently never knew they needed. Another US government effort funded, quote, activities that educate and engage Afghan men and boys to challenge gender stereotypes, unquote. Right, they weren't doing that enough. Of course, always and everywhere, leaders enforced the most American of all cultural exports, affirmative action. American-funded gender advisors demanded that women comprise at least 10% of the Afghan National Army, and still a larger proportion of that country's leadership. Thanks to American-imposed gender quotas, dozens of women ultimately were installed as representatives in Afghan's parliament. How did that work? Well, the whole thing was a sham, as always. In fact, many of these new female legislators had never been to the provinces they claimed to represent. Almost nobody in Afghanistan liked any of this, by the way, and why would they? As one USAID official conceded in a classified report, quote, focusing on gender made things more unstable because it caused revolts, unquote. Caused revolts, but officials kept doing it. They kept pushing radical gender politics anyway, because they could, because they were in charge of these Afghan people and they were going to educate them. This is the face of late American empire, gender studies seminars at gunpoint. Since Kabul has just fallen, it might be worth asking the most obvious question of all. Why did the Taliban win? How did the 6th century triumph over the 21st century? One of those answers may be that the population of Afghanistan has firmly rejected what our leaders were selling it for over 20 years. It turns out that the people of Afghanistan don't actually want gender studies symposia. They don't hate their own masculinity. They don't think it's toxic. They like the patriarchy. Some of their women like it too. So now they're getting it all back. So maybe it's possible we failed in Afghanistan because the entire neoliberal program is grotesque. It's a joke. It's contrary to human nature. It answers none of our deepest human desires. It's merely a performance staged for the performers. It's not even supposed to improve your life. It's ridiculous. And ideas that ridiculous can only be imposed by force, only with armed men at gunpoint. The moment these ideas are not mandatory, the second the troops withdraw, in fact, people tend to revert to the lives they prefer to live. That's the real lesson of Afghanistan. Well, now I think it's clear that Aisha Ahmad and many others, including the Afghan women addressing us today, do not prefer to live the way the Taliban would like them to live. So Tucker Carlson is being shameful and glib in his conclusions. But allow me to modify Carlson's challenge to be more on point. The questions I want to ask you are imperative for the WPS community to address, imperative that we face them forthrightly now. These questions include, on the basis of what we have seen over the last 3 months in Afghanistan, should we conclude that women, peace, and security programming was in fact just a performative joke? Did the West actually harm the nation of Afghanistan and harm the women of Afghanistan by opening the doors to education and politics for them? And more broadly, was this effort of opening the door a failure? These are the hard questions that we in the WPS community must straightforwardly answer in the wake of the fall of Kabul. The question that is easiest to address among these questions is whether the West harmed the nation of Afghanistan by improving the situation of women in that country. Here, the evidence is clear and copious that one of the reasons Afghanistan is such a mess is because the real power structure of the society revolves around male bonded kin groups, the clans and tribes. Such a power structure bears an almost one-to-one correspondence with the worst possible outcomes for a nation, including great internal conflict and instability, weak central government, egregious corruption, poor economic indicators, and awful health indicators. If you leave a society in thrall to male bonded kin groups, your nation has an astronomical risk of becoming a failed state. The U.S. Department of Defense funded my research group to undertake a 4-year comprehensive empirical analysis of these linkages. And the evidence is about as conclusive as you can possibly get in social science research. In fact, if you'd like to know more, I'll put in a plug for our book that came from that project. It's called The First Political Order: How Sex Shapes Governance and National Security Worldwide. So while I am sure the male bonded kin groups of Afghanistan were not happy about the elevation of women's situation that took place in some Afghan cities, any impartial observer will tell you that such an elevation only improves nation state outcomes. Not even Tucker Carlson could argue, could he, that an almost 50% reduction in Afghan maternal mortality was not good for the nation of Afghanistan. And that impartial observer would also point out that the more proximate causes of the fall of the Ghani government lay not in women's rights, but in the obscene level of corruption and ineffective governance it represented, such as the 300,000-man ghost army of Afghanistan. Can you imagine if the elevation of women's status and situation had been undertaken by an uncorrupt, effective government with an actual army? We wouldn't even be having this conversation if it had, because the government would not have fallen. A government has to be pretty awful to be a worse alternative than the Taliban in the minds of ordinary Afghans. And the Karzai and Ghani governments apparently were that awful. So this leads us to another question, that is about whether the last 20 years of programming for Afghan women was just a performative joke. Frankly, I think some of it was, as Patricia Lytle and I detail in our book called The Hillary Doctrine: Sex and American Foreign Policy. You had problems from ill-conceived programs such as Bees for Widows to programs that were not actually carried out ever, such as an initiative to provide land titles for women, to programs that could have made a difference if the subcontractors running them were not also running brothels as a side gig. Yes, a lot of the programming was a mess that was designed only to hit the right burn rate to keep the money flowing. And the only M&E, monitoring and evaluation, done was tasked to the contractors performing the programming, which is a recipe for disaster. And much of that M&E focused not on real change, but on things easy to count. How many bodies sat in a class that tangentially noted something about the rights of women, for example? I think it's time for the WPS community to stand up against this kind of lame performative theater. Indeed, I think it's time for the WPS community to stop its own box-ticking exercises within its own ranks. And anyone can examine the implementation plans for the U.S. National Action Plan on Women, Peace, and Security and see precisely what some of that box ticking consists of. And I believe that there are many in the audience among us today that know exactly what I'm referring to. Now, it must be noted that with reference to Afghanistan, these problems affected all Western aid in Afghanistan and not simply that targeted to women. This is not a WPS specific issue, but it's an issue that I feel the WPS community must forthrightly face. At the same time, I argue that many of the gains were not a joke at all. They were meaningful and they were important. We've already spoken about the significant drops in maternal mortality. And we must also mention the greater access to healthcare for Afghan women, who under the Taliban were largely denied that access, and it sure looks like that's going to be the case again. For example, by the time the Americans left, 92% of health clinics in Afghanistan had at least one woman clinician on staff, up from fewer than 20% in 2002. The number of trained midwives increased 100-fold over that time period as well. We saw impressive gains for women's school enrollment, primarily at the primary level, but also at the secondary and tertiary levels as well. We saw women mayors, women judges, even women police chiefs. Even if rare, just seeing women in such positions or seeing them in the Loya Jirga changed the horizon of possibility for all Afghans. These women, by and large, performed their duties with distinction. Afghans even saw women run for president of their country. I'm a firm believer that you cannot believe what you cannot see, and you cannot unsee what you have seen. These sites will be remembered. And this is where my hopes and my fears converge. Yes, I do fear that we have painted a target on these women's backs, and many will be killed. In fact, they already were being killed month by month, even long before Kabul was lost. The journalists, the judges, the policewomen, even the first woman pilot in the Afghan Air Force fled Afghanistan. And I'd like to note it was not because of the Taliban, but because of her own extended family who felt shamed by her choices and therefore threatened her life. Male bonded kin groups don't have to be Taliban to oppress women. And yes, what we have seen in the last few months since the fall of Kabul has been heartbreaking, a complete worst case scenario for Afghan women. The Taliban has moved swiftly to throw women out of government completely, to throw them out of all but the most menial work, cleaners and janitors, to quote unquote temporarily shut girls out of school, and to insist that women 20 years of age and older and widows under 35 must be married, or they will be forcibly allocated to Taliban fighters in marriage. We should be horrified. Or as one commentator put it, quote, "I pray the people who brought this day to Afghanistan never sleep in peace," unquote. It has been so hard to see all that progress for women simply dashed to pieces as if it were a porcelain dish by men with guns. Yes, in this sense also, all the coalition efforts on behalf of Afghan women feel like a joke, a bad joke that so much good could be so very fragile. Or is it fragile? There is something else which gives me hope that maybe it wasn't all a bad joke or a bad dream, and that it wasn't a failure either. Please remember that all of this effort wasn't about us in the West. It's not about what we feel or what we think. It was and is always about Afghan women. Please remember that Aisha Ahmad and many other young women her age in Afghanistan never lived under the Taliban. They were not raised under Taliban rule. 20 years is an entire generation of time, and these women will never think like the Taliban hopes they will under their rule. Going further, I want you to think about the history of this. Aisha is the daughter of a woman who would have been educated under the communist regime, and the granddaughter of a woman who would have been educated under the Khan regime, and perhaps even the great-granddaughter of a woman who would have been educated under the last king's rule. The story of women's rights in Afghanistan is longer than the last 3 months and shows that the Taliban can subordinate the women of Afghanistan time and time again, but it can never defeat them, because in the quiet of a mother's embrace comes vision, courage, and determination. Remember what the Afghan women said in their letter, quote, "The Taliban might have taken over the country, but they have not taken over our hearts, souls, minds, and spirits," unquote. Afghan women will educate their daughters in secret and tell them of what life could be, of what life was for them before the Taliban returned. And remember, this isn't the 1990s anymore. Cell phones are now fairly prevalent in Afghanistan. 70% of the population has access to a cell phone, and radio and television are everywhere. Given this, I do not believe the Taliban will ever finally defeat Afghan women. Hashtana Durrani, director of Learn Afghanistan, who is now in hiding in Afghanistan, exemplifies this. She has vowed that she will, quote, "raise an army just like the Taliban did, only mine will be of educated, determined Afghan women," unquote. When thinking of women in countries where they are severely oppressed, such as in Afghanistan, the vision that comes to my mind is actually that of the bonsai tree. However much the gardener thinks he can control the bonsai, the tree has an indomitable will of its own and will strive with all its might to break free of that control. And I think also about how every single one of the bonsai tree seeds are ready and waiting to be large non-bonsai trees, if but given the opportunity. And I believe there are also some Afghan men, especially of the younger generation, who did, in fact, quote, "challenge their gender stereotypes," unquote, and who will be these women's allies. I know because some of them were and are my students. And one more thing, would it surprise you to know that when the Taliban leadership was ensconced in Qatar, they sent their own women to school there? They did. That's something to think about. Now, I don't have rose-colored glasses. I think the victories of Afghan women will be largely unseen, even purposefully hidden. I think the defeats, I think the bloodletting will be very public. Lida, my student, told me yesterday that 4 women were recently executed in Mazar-e-Sharif. It really is now in the hands of Afghan women in that country and among the Afghan diaspora. And those are capable hands. But make no mistake, I feel the international community still has a vital role to play, especially in terms of investing in the Afghan diaspora, particularly its women, for they are another important source of hope for the future of their country. What you do to your women, you do to your nation. No country can escape that iron law. certainly not Afghanistan. In closing, there is someone whose name I want you to know because I never want her to be forgotten. That name is Hozi Sahibzada. She was 24 when she was killed in Kandahar in 2010, where she worked on a USAID project to teach local women basic literacy and numeracy. My co-author, Patricia Lytle, interviewed her a year before her murder. Sahibzada explained that though she was terrified, quote, "I do this for no other reason than because I believe that the only hope for my country lies in its women," unquote. She was right. She is right. The only hope for Afghanistan lies in its women. Women, peace, security. This is the foundation, and this is where we must stand, no matter who laughs, no matter who ignores, no matter who shoots, no matter how long the road. We will hear from several such women and those who support them today in this symposium. I hope we will hear from them about what they hope the international community can do to help. For those in attendance today, this is a moment of reckoning and reflection for the women, peace, and security community. And we must not be afraid to say the hard things that must be said and ask the hard questions that must be asked if our work is to have any real meaning and not be a quote unquote performative joke. With that, let me end my remarks. I'll open it up to questions, and then after we will hear from our outstanding slate of speakers on the topic of women, peace, and security after the fall of Kabul. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hudson, for such a profound and heartfelt opening keynote speech. And thank you all for joining us at this year's symposium. We'll take a 5-minute break and rejoin for our next speakers at 10:05. And if you have any questions to Dr. Hudson, please send us in the Q&A box.
I'm happy to take any questions that you might have. Simply put your questions in the Q&A and we'll address them. Thank you. I see 3 questions and I will address those now. Would you speak more about the diaspora and its impact? Is the first question. I think that's an excellent question. From what I have seen, currently the international community may have very little that it can do to address the on-the-ground issues facing Afghan women at this moment. However, the Afghan diaspora is completely accessible. Many Afghan women have gone not just to neighboring countries such as Tajikistan, but also Western countries. We know that there has been a large influx of Afghan families and Afghan women, even here in the United States. I think that those who are interested in supporting Afghan women would feel in their hearts that one of the best things that they could do is to ensure that these Afghan women, exiles, if you will, are given every chance so that they may become more effective. They may have a greater skill set that they may in fact become those that a post-Taliban Afghanistan would one day turn to for leadership. Of course, there's always dangers fraught with that. We know that sometimes being disconnected from what's happening on the ground can be an issue. But I can think of no greater investment than the women of the Afghan diaspora. Thank you. Here's another question. As a women's rights defender, I served my life to eliminate violence against women in Afghanistan. Why did the world leave us behind in an uncertain and insecure situation? Well, I am not the President of the United States, but I will tell you that while perhaps it was time for the Americans to eventually leave Afghanistan, from what I can tell, and I know that our speakers, particularly Ambassador Ryan Crocker, as well as Colonel Weiss, can give us a more in-depth look at whether there was any prior planning for what would happen if Bagram airfield was given up and the Americans retreated without a plan to extract those who would be in danger. I'm actually in the beginning stages of writing a book proposal that will look precisely at that question. What was the preparation? Why did the preparation seem to be so ineffective? Why did it take so long to identify those who needed to be evacuated? Why were mistakes made at all levels regarding this evacuation? I think that the US and the current administration have a lot to answer for. And I think this is critically important. I think that there will be other situations in which the US may have to help people who otherwise will find themselves under terrible circumstances. I think of possibilities in East Asia, such as Taiwan. And I ask myself, are we going to be as ill prepared to help people in the wake of future evacuations as we were in Afghanistan? In fact, I think that one of the most important contributions that feminist security studies and the women, peace, and security community could make would be to detail in as excruciating micro level detail as possible exactly what should have taken place and when, in order to make sure that those who needed protection could be protected. This is a task that I think the WPS community can turn its hand to now. This is something that we can contribute in the wake of this debacle. Another question is, does the United States have any plans for Afghanistan? What about other great powers? I'm afraid you are asking a lowly academic who does not know what those great plans are. I do note that I'd like to reiterate a point I made in my talk, which is that the women of the US Congress are not happy with how we exited Afghanistan and what that meant for the women of Afghanistan. So we have seen bipartisan resolutions insisting that the Biden administration do something, anything to help Afghan women. The question is, what should be done? And the reason I think this is such a nettlesome question is that you're facing the same kind of situation as we have, for example, in North Korea. As you know, North Korea is a closed regime. It doesn't care what the rest of the world thinks. At the same time, it has horrible humanitarian disasters. North Korea has had famine upon famine. So the international community has been between a rock and a hard place. Do you refuse to deal with the North Korean regime and allow North Koreans to die from starvation? Do you send food to North Korea, knowing that that will shore up the North Korean regime? Eventually, we got to the point, as you know, I'm sure, where we did make that bargain, that in order to provide food supplies, which we knew would shore up the rule of North Korea, that we supplied them out of humanitarian motivation. I suspect that that will be the same approach taken in Afghanistan. And I think it's incumbent upon not just US WPS thinkers, but also incumbent upon Afghan women to tell us if they feel that that approach is justified, or whether in fact it's penny wise and pound foolish. So that is something I hope that our speakers will be engaging today. Let me see what other questions we have here. What can Western civil society advocates do to restore their own credibility with women activists in other countries after assuring Afghan women we had their backs and then were unable to stop the US negotiators from sacrificing them on the altar of a false peace with the Taliban? Whoever wrote that question, I am with you 100%. I think the initial betrayal of Afghan women actually was in the previous administration, the Trump administration, under its chief negotiator with the Taliban, whose name I will not say. Women were entirely shortchanged, and no one held the Trump administration to account for this. And it was there, right, that the original betrayal occurred. But what is stunning to me, stunning and incomprehensible to me, is that rather than revisiting what the Trump administration negotiated with the Taliban, the Biden administration simply carried it forward, apparently hoping to blame the Trump administration for what they were about to do. Well, that doesn't cut the mustard with me, and I hope it doesn't cut the mustard with you. I can tell you that it was not Western civil society that betrayed Afghan women. If anything, we have been screaming bloody murder about it. But the larger question is why our voices are so inconsequential. That's where the rub really is, isn't it? Why are our voices, why do our voices mean nothing to these two administrations, the Trump administration, the Biden administration? We may have some explanations for the Trump administration, but what about the Biden administration that now has a White House Gender Council? I don't understand it. I don't understand it at all. And I think this is something that I continue to write and speak about, and that I believe many of the other speakers are doing the same. How we make our voices matter is something I want to know. Did you hear my dean, Mark Welsh, tell you that in all his years as the Chief of Staff of the Air Force, women and gender were not even mentioned at all? This was not something that he was asked to think about. That's got to change. And that's a challenge right there for the WPS community. That's something that we can work on. Let me see what other questions we have here. What is the next step to take for the implementation of resolution in Afghanistan? Shall we turn the other cheek to the Taliban as they keep targeting women? Yes, that's exactly the $64,000 question. That's what I'm calling the North Korea question for Afghanistan, which is, we know that the World Food Program and the nations of the world could provide food to Afghanistan so people don't starve this winter. Is that what we should do? Or is that a strategic mistake? that is going to condemn Afghan women to year upon year of oppression. And what's the trade-offs there, right? Lives lost versus other lives lost. I really hope that the speakers are going to address, from their own point of view, what they think is the right approach to take, because I am certain that this is exactly the debate right now, both in New York at the United Nations, as well as in DC. In your understanding, what are the major mistakes of the US government regarding the not timely evacuation of women rights defenders? Oh, yes, well, that's exactly the analysis that needs to be done right now. And I invite any of you who have information about that to get in touch with me, because I think we need to do a post-mortem, right? I think we absolutely need to say exactly what mistakes have been made under the last two administrations and how we could better prepare for similar circumstances in the future. And that's what I'm planning to do. I think some of you are familiar with the term just war theory. Just war theory was a theory actually created in the Middle Ages by Catholic theologians who were attempting to provide a theological justification for going to war, which is tough to find, at least in the Christian tradition. And they came up with two major parts of just war theory. One called jus ad bellum, which is how is one justified in going to war, the decision taken to go to war. And the second is jus in bello, which is how is the war to be conducted in accordance with Christian principles in order to be justified before God. What we've been missing as the United States of America is a conception of jus ex bello, which is how does one in a just manner leave a conflict? We don't have an articulated theory of what justice looks like and what must be done in order to maintain, if you will, an ethical approach to leaving a conflict. And so I would very much like to suggest that women, peace, and security is probably the most important community that could develop principles of jus ex bello. Who better to tell us what should have been done and what should be done for women and others on the ground in the face of the retreat of American forces than the women, peace, and security community? I think that's going to be a terrific contribution. And again, anyone who has information or analysis that they would like to contribute, I am all ears about that. Let's see, what else have we got here? I think I have time for one or two more questions. Sure, I get that one. All right, here's one. Do you not think the US and most Western countries did not honestly fight against terrorism and the Taliban terrorist group? And I guess ISIS nowadays? If I understand the question correctly, and I may not be understanding the question correctly, the question is whether we ever meant to defeat terrorism in Afghanistan. Well, that's a really good question, because clearly I don't think we were. Very much like the Vietnam War, I believe that the goalposts shifted during the Afghan conflict. And so originally we were after Osama bin Laden, and then we were going to leave. Well, we didn't find Osama bin Laden, so we felt we couldn't leave because we had nothing to show for it. And as a result, we began talking about, how we were going to build a nation in Afghanistan, which is highly ironic because George W. Bush was elected on the platform of no more nation building. So this turned out to be really quite ironic. At some point, I think towards the end of our involvement in Afghanistan, we got to the same point that we did in the Vietnam War, which was, let us get to a situation where we could leave with honor, or at least without our tail between our legs, and just allow the country to go whichever way it's going to go. That's definitely what happened in Vietnam, and that's certainly what I saw in Afghanistan. However, I think the withdrawal was so bollocksed up that we did leave with our tail between our legs. Now, that's nothing against the brave Marines and the others who held the international airport for so long and who did an amazing job, or for those who were extracting people at cost of their lives. Please, I am not disrespecting them at all. They all deserve medals, but I think the administration failed them and failed the Afghan people and failed those who had helped us during those 20 years. So that is something that definitely needs to be accounted for. And I hope that my new book will be part of that reckoning, shall we say. This will be the last question. For 20 years, I have watched the U.S. government create a culture of corruption in Afghanistan while they pat themselves on the back for all the wonderful programs they are implementing. They have demonstrated a fundamentally complete lack of understanding of the issues, especially women's rights. How can we create better networks, prioritizing Afghan leadership for those who want to promote human rights and make an actual difference and not just political posture? Well, I don't know, it may be too late in Afghanistan, but I think your critique is right on. But I want to say that while the Americans supercharged corruption in Afghanistan, they certainly didn't start corruption in Afghanistan. In fact, the Afghan regime under the Taliban and before that under the warlords was absolutely corrupt. And so perhaps the Americans should not have been surprised that the governments that they created ran on the same principles, right? Ran on bribes and rents and payoffs and kickbacks and hard currency in suitcases and so forth. I do think that Americans do not understand how to successfully engage with regimes that actually run on the principle of corruption. We have failed over and over again when dealing with such regimes. So it's not just Afghanistan, but there are many other regimes, especially during the Cold War, that we fed corruption in regimes around the world. And then we're surprised when those regimes became hated by their people. This is something that I think that American foreign policy is very weak. It is the Achilles heel. It's the idea of, well, we have to deal with some of the bad guys so the worst guys can be kept in check. Well, I think we've seen how that plays out, right? Maybe it's time to rethink American foreign policy and the best way to deal with these corrupt regimes. I think that's a brilliant question. All right, well, I see that my time is now up. We're going to take that 5-minute break. And when we come back, we are going to have Ambassador Raz, the last pre-Taliban Afghan ambassador to the US, who will address us. Thank you very much. See you in 5.
Welcome back to the 7th Annual Texas Women, Peace and Security Symposium. I will now introduce our next speaker, Ambassador Raz. Ms. Adela Raz is Ambassador of Islamic Republic of Afghanistan to the United States of America. She is also a designated non-resident ambassador to Argentina, Mexico, the Dominican Republic, and Colombia. Ambassador Raz possesses 12 years of extensive experience in political and economic analysis, policy development, media and communication, and governance, and has worked with various Afghan government agencies, nonprofit organizations, and local and international organizations. She previously served as Afghanistan's first female permanent representative and ambassador to the United Nations from December 2018 until July 2021. Ambassador Raz was the vice president of the 75th session of the General Assembly and was appointed by the president of the General Assembly to serve as the General Assembly's co-coordinator on COVID-19 related initiatives. Prior to her appointment to the United Nations, Ambassador Raz was the Deputy Minister for Economic Cooperation at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from March 2016 to December 2018. Among other bilateral and multilateral responsibilities, she contributed and led efforts in two major Afghanistan-centered regional cooperation platforms: the Regional Economic Cooperation Conferences on Afghanistan, RECA, and the Heart of Asia, Istanbul process. In 2013, she served as the first female deputy spokesperson and director of communications for President Hamid Karzai. After President Ashraf Ghani took office in 2014, he appointed her as the chief of staff of the administrative office of the president. She began her career with the United Nations Assistance Mission in Afghanistan and continued to work in a variety of positions at international development organizations in the US and Afghanistan. Notably, she managed the Afghanistan portfolio at ACDI VOA in Washington, D.C. Ambassador Raz holds an MA degree in law and diplomacy with a focus on economic development from the Fletcher School at Tufts University. She holds a triple BA with honors in international relations, political science, and economics from Simmons University in Boston. She also obtained a certificate in international development from the Fletcher School at Tufts University. We will now hear from Ambassador Raz. Ambassador Raz, the floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you, Lida John, for this very kind introduction. And thank you to Texas A&M University, especially the Bush School, and the Program on Women, Peace and Security, and the wonderful Dr. Valerie Hudson and her team for the invitation to me to take part in this year's symposium. I understand that every year there is a different theme for the symposium, and I'm so glad to see that the women of Afghanistan are this year's focus, especially at this very critical time in our country's history. Recently, the general conversation in Afghanistan has almost all centered on the security situation and on the devastating humanitarian crises that we are in the midst of it. Those are clearly grave situations, but we cannot allow women and their contribution and their futures to fall to the wayside. I am grateful to this year's Women, Peace and Security Symposium for adding the essential lens of women to the ongoing conversation on Afghanistan. It is clear to me that Afghanistan is a changed country. The four pillars of the new Afghanistan, women, youth, civil society, and media, have been enormously impactful over the last 20 years. They are what makes Afghanistan a different country than before, a country of strength and empowerment. Now, as darkness and fear and oppression have flooded over our country, all four of those pillars are at risk. Space for their influence and even existence is shrinking. Keeping these pillars of the new Afghanistan at the forefront of our conversation, like we're having today, is very critical in preserving their place in the Afghan society. We have to be aware and informed in order to ensure that they are protected, given the space they need, and their strong impact is preserved. These pillars speak on behalf of the unspoken, those who have freedom deep-rooted in their hearts and carry the torch for our democratic aspiration, even in a society where these dreams are now usually discussed in hushed tones as taboos. I am grateful to be focusing so intentionally today on the first pillar, women. Considering the situation in Afghanistan, I know to some it may sound that I'm talking of an Afghanistan that is no longer exist, that is gone. Our institutions have crumbled, our leaders fled, and our hopes dulled. It is true in some ways, but it is not the full story. Afghanistan is a country of nearly 40 million people. The investment into the Afghan people, the mindset that have transformed, the human capital which has been built up, the younger generation who have been educated in the dreams that had bloomed have not gone away. This is what has made the new Afghanistan, which is embodied in those 4 pillars. This is our lasting achievement that nothing and no one can take it from us. I admit they are at risk, but they're not gone. And we will absolutely be able to protect and preserve them if we work collectively and do not give up. This conversation is very timely, following the celebration of Veterans Day yesterday. I know that doubts weigh on the minds of so many brave veterans who fought for the security of our countries and for a brighter future in Afghanistan. I know they question what their and their families' sacrifices meant. Was it worth it? Did we do the right thing? Did we truly help the Afghan people, especially women? I want to be very clear in this moment to everyone who's plagued with doubts. The answer is yes. Yes, what we did, what you did, matters. Lives have been changed, progress has been made, and we build up a new society, a new Afghanistan. But the question should be, did we preserve the gains? The answer is, unfortunately, maybe not. However, this is not the full answer or the end of it, because we're not giving up. Right now, it looks like a moment of pause in Afghanistan for all those achievements, but it's not the admittance of failure. I know we will recollect ourselves and continue to move forward and to ensure these gains can be restored, protected, and even enhanced. Remember that all this only came to be on August 15. It's still only November. It has been only 3 months, but there is no deeply entrenched new normal. Our journey has not ended. I know how easy it can be to get paralyzed by the pain and uncertainty when we are feeling right now. After August 15, I for sure felt the pain of loss, the pain of questioning our efforts in the investments of the last 20 years. But I realize we cannot afford to lose. We have to step up and move forward. Peace and security for Afghanistan still has not yet been achieved. And we have a long road to traverse with the help of our women and youth, with the help and support of the new Afghanistan. Our drivers of change are still there in the country. The Afghan women of today are not the women of 20 years ago when we didn't know our rights. We are confident, we're determined, we're skilled. We will make sure our voice is heard, and we will carve out the space to do so. Afghan youth are still dedicated to their dreams and continue to take concrete steps towards them through education and building up their aspirations. They continue to try to remain engaged with the world, like the group of Afghan Fulbrighters, who are not giving up until they fulfill their quest for higher education. Our civil society retains its strong, affecting, and prominent voice. In the media, despite all barriers, still continue to function, broadcast, and publish every day. This is the new Afghanistan, and nothing threatens them or frightens them. I acknowledge their acts of bravery are under threat, and this is exactly where we need to help so they can prosper and progress further, and they do not lose hope. Now the question is, how do we start? How do we move, especially within the agenda, in the conversation of women, peace, and security? Women's inclusion, both in issues of security and peace, have not been institutionalized generally overall. We still see a very limited role for women in both areas, with an actual reality of their contribution, which is enormous and very effective. For instance, in peace processes and peace building initiatives, women still have a very limited role. One of the biggest, clearest lessons we need to internalize and act on is the critical role that women play in forging peace. There are an abundance of cases of men waging war on their own, but peace without women is very rare. We haven't seen. This is not up for debate. It's a well-studied, well-documented fact. We know that women participate in peace processes. The resulting agreement is measurably more durable and better implemented. This has been proven by the massive role women played in peace building in Rwanda and Burundi, among several other countries. In addition to being effective voices at the negotiating table themselves, they're also proven to be effective at encouraging their husbands and sons by laying down their weapons and giving peace a chance. And if we look at history, we see a strong example of such an act when it happened in the bloody war between Muslims and Hindus in India. Despite this, about 7 out of every 10 peace processes over the last 30 years still did not include women mediators or signatories. The lack of proper representation at the peace talks in Doha was a fateful choice. The government's team had only a handful of women, and the Taliban had none. They still have not learned how to integrate women fully in the peace processes. Case in point, this year's Afghanistan ranked last in the world's global women peace and security ranking according to the Georgetown University Institute for Women, Peace and Security. Our overall score fell by 30% since 2017, compared to a global increase of 9% in the same time period. This is reflective of the volatile situation in Afghanistan, but it is an unacceptable trend that has devastating impact on the future of the whole country, not just women, but on the peace, stability, and prosperity of the country. We cannot afford to not move forward and learn from our mistakes. So what can be done? Despite all the great challenges the 21st century has brought, there have been enormous benefits due to the tech boom. Technology truly has changed our life for better or worse, but there are positive elements of those changes. Many have grown educated, the economy has developed globally, health broadly has improved, and critically, it has also given us easy access to an enormous amount of data and evidence supporting the key role of women in leadership in the security sector in order to promote peace and stability. The starting point for moving forward is relying on this undeniable data and facts that we have in front of us. We need to integrate all that we know to be true into our actions in the way we conceptualize things. But what does this look like in practice? What is the path forward? An enormous transformation needs to take place, but I have a few suggestions to get us started. First, we need to detach the necessity of women's critical role in peace and security from the debate on women's empowerment. It's not a nice or a normal and common issue. It's a necessity. It must be treated as such. I take a few examples, and we have seen over and over that sustainable peace and security simply cannot be achieved without women's substantive involvement. Just if we bring the example of Afghanistan, it's a country with more than half of the population being women. And simply calculating, if we think of any element that brings stability, prosperity, it cannot be done without the inclusion of women. And it's the same example if we look around in the world. The population, the number of contribution, and where women stand and what they have achieved, especially and certain steps and practices they have taken in rural communities, their voices were vital. They really made change. And as I said earlier, the two examples, if you look at Rwanda and Burundi, it truly were the women that made it possible for a peace agreement to be negotiated, because in the rural area, they were the one who decided that war needs to end. In Afghanistan and in a global, the lens of empowerment is somewhat belittling of the achievements women have made. Afghan women, alongside our international partners, have made enormous progress. Afghan women are empowered. We need to think of them as friends, allies, empowered voices, and equal citizens who can and must shape peace and security, both inside of Afghanistan and outside as well. Secondly, we need to recognize that the achievement in the conversation of women, peace, and security has become, unfortunately, very political. It's very natural when the issue of women's right is raised, it's often become political. We need to intentionally disentangle and decouple women, peace, and security from politics by highlighting what I described earlier, the proven and the serious necessity of women's involvement in a sustainable peace and meaningful security. At all the big political and negotiating table, even at the UN Security Council, women's role in the peace and security is not institutionalized or integrated into approaches, because women's rights is still too often considered a standalone issue. And we must make sure that this does not come across the debate on women, peace, and security, because as soon as it becomes political, which unfortunately it has become political, then we do not see the substantial change in the effective role of women we would like to see for the sake of bringing peace and security. We need more security experts to be vocal on women's role in peace. We need to use the data available to us and be proactive in generating more research on women's role in preventing conflict, how to achieve peace sooner, and how to build sustainable society in a post-conflict countries, and so much more. This needs to be framed as an academic and scientific debate, not a political debate. Third, we need to elevate the voices of Afghan women still inside the country, helping them to echo even outside of Afghanistan, to bring any pressure we can for promoting of their rights. Women are estimated, as I said, half of the population. Without their voices, Afghanistan will never truly be able to build an inclusive and sustainable peace. Afghan women are the strongest and the most effective advocates for themselves. Women outside of Afghanistan, even probably myself, will not be able to fairly represent the situation these women or those women who are facing and who are inside the country. We cannot speak on their behalf as effectively as they will do for themselves. Even if it's tough, we need to make an effort to feature their voices, which are the most genuine and powerful representation of the situation on the ground in the future of the country. We are fortunate we live in the 21st century and we have incredible opportunities to do that through technology such as Zoom. These days, we still have our meetings virtually, and we can definitely include the voices of Afghan women inside the country. Consider today's speakers list, all joining, as I said, via Zoom. Respectable and brilliant as today's participants may be, but the women in Afghanistan know better than we do how to represent themselves, what their future will look like, and what is needed to move forward. They have the ability and the resources to join, and they will have a choice to make that. Either they would like to join to speak or not, but their voice speaking from Afghanistan would be always powerful and more genuine. This also goes for the US as they continue to explore next policy steps in Afghanistan. They need to speak with the Afghan women in the country, not just the Taliban in Doha, which is still continuing to be the case. Finally, we cannot simply say that we lost, step back, and only rely on our pain. Age should not become political. We must remain engaged, and we must continue to help. The people of Afghanistan should not be allowed to starve due to political considerations. The need for aid is increasingly urgent in Afghanistan, and the real beneficiaries of this aid will be the people of Afghanistan. Massive humanitarian aid must begin immediately to prevent a devastating and a pointless loss of lives. This is not legitimizing the Taliban government, and we have many means and effective tools to make sure they are not legitimized. But helping the people of Afghanistan is the foremost important and critical issue that we need to consider. And as I said earlier, we should not make aid political. We have seen the examples of before in Syria. As soon as aid debate came to the Security Council debate and the aid corridors were discussed, we saw the impact of it. We never came to a set of point where we felt comfortable to see that aid was delivered effectively. It never was. Beyond that, development efforts should continue as well, especially with the great focus on civic work, on the work of women of Afghanistan, on the work of youth, on the work of civil society, on the work of our media. We must make sure that they are protected, their gains are preserved, and their space is protected, and they are able to continue to do the great work that they are doing. They are the only hope right now we have in the country, and we should not lose that hope. The people of Afghanistan need the word support more than ever. This is not the moment to sit back. This is a moment to step up, to feed those who need food, raise the voices of empowered women, build toward a brighter future, and above all, keep going, because right now, there is nothing more powerful than we can do, and that is us acting collectively as human beings, maybe less relying on our policies, but much more in our activities, our collective work to bring the change we hope to see in that country. I thank you all.
Thank you, Ambassador Raz, for your thoughtful remarks. We have several questions for you, and we'll go until 10:45. And please, audience, feel free to send in your questions via the Q&A link at the bottom right near to the left of the leave button. Ambassador, some of these questions I think you've tangentially addressed, but here you're asked to address them directly. Afghan activists have stated that Afghan women will not accept subordination easily. How can women in Afghanistan resist the Taliban? And how can the international community assist this resistance without endangering the women themselves?
Sure, let me start with this question. I think the first part of the question, how women of Afghanistan can resist, I think we see the obvious reasons. There are examples, they're already resisting. I think it's beyond bravery when women are coming out on the streets in the country to demonstrate. We have not seen a single man doing that yet. It's the women of Afghanistan coming out and doing the demonstration and asking for their basic rights, and those are the rights to education, the right to work. We haven't even started on political rights yet. That's so for me, I think the resistance is there. The question, how the international community can help, I think foremost, as I said, let's not give up hopes. It really is a moment of difficulties, grayness, and I'm there myself. I personally am juggling with it a lot all the time to say, have we lost? We're not able to do anything further. But my answer is, first, we don't have the luxury to even accept we have lost, because we need to move forward. There's the lives of 40 million people inside the country. That's first. And the second, also, I think we can start with creating the space and supporting women inside the country who are already doing the work to make sure that they're intellectually engaged, they're provided the resources they need with the help and the support of technology that is available, and so that they continue to protect and preserve the civic space that they have created for themselves. Because I think there is two ways of eliminating a society. One is physically, one is mentally. And I think, correct, physical space might be limited, but we must make sure that there is enough space for debate, for discussion, and for their activities to move forward. And one of the proposals I made, we have to make sure that women inside the country are able to engage with us here whenever we have a discussion about them. And it will be a choice, as I said, that they make if they would like to participate or not. Our expectation or our objective is not to expect that they stage a green revolution. That's not, I think, the expectation. I think the expectation is that their intellectual and their civic space is not eliminated and it's not gone. And at the same time, our advocacy at the highest level to make sure that they get their basic rights. As I said, right to education and right to work. And of course, they must be protected. We have strong tools in the ground. Media is doing an amazing work right now, helping us out to know the stories in the ground. 25 years ago, we didn't have that chance. And I think we should make sure that that's protected. It's not gone. We should help them with providing even more training. How should they do in a restrictive regime that's right now in place? So we have examples around us in the world how such work was done. We have foundations that are dedicated to help. It's just we need to have an effective approach in the right policy and commitment to do so.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I think a key question that I'm seeing pop up in the Q&A from several members of the audience is, what is the best approach to help the Afghan people without legitimizing the Taliban government? You mentioned in your remarks that there was sort of a way to separate those things. And I think there's several in the audience that would like to hear a little more on that.
Of course, it's an excellent question and it's an important question. I think, look, it really depends how do we define legitimizing Taliban government or not legitimizing. Because I think we have done the part to legitimize them as the leaders, but we have not legitimized the state or the nation as a nation. I always bring the example, it's so hard for me sometimes to think that there is a country on the face of the map, but we're gradually fading away as a nation because gradually we're starting to say our paperwork is not going to be functional and not recognized. And the cost of it is paid by people of Afghanistan. So my response is make sure the pressure is on Taliban leaders. Constantly right now, they're traveling around the world without any constraint. They go to international conferences. They receive the highest level of diplomatic meetings, and foreign ministers are arriving in Afghanistan to meet with them. But then here we come and we debate about humanitarian aid should be sent to Afghanistan or not, and who are the beneficiaries? The beneficiaries are the people of Afghanistan. So I think foremost, the most important element is to make sure that we do not politicize humanitarian aid. Second, I think there must be a very clear and very strict and very open conversation with Taliban, what the international community is expecting them if they would like to represent themselves as being a government, because there is a huge challenge for them now to govern, because there is no single element in the country that proves they are able to govern the country. And third, we have so many tools. I think UN sanction is an effective tool that we still have, and they are under that sanctions. And I think there is the distinction should be made between a sanction on the country or a sanction on individuals. I personally am a person that's focusing on sanction on individuals, because those individuals are the decision makers that impacts the lives of so many in the country. So we have enough ways, we have really effective tools, and we must be very aware and informed and cautious, because that it shouldn't be the people of Afghanistan paying the price, it should be the Taliban themselves paying the price for it.
That's terrific. That's very, very useful. I have so many questions. I'm just going to do the best that I can here. This is an interesting question. What should be the role of neighboring countries like Iran, Turkmenistan, and Middle East countries for improving the condition of women in Afghanistan? Is this a role for them and not so much a role for the West? Or how do you see their influences being possibly different and more effective?
Sure. I think in the region, if we look into the countries that might be factful in this way, it might be India, where women are in the forefront of the society. I think, unfortunately, in Central Asia, where in comparison, I think Afghan women seems to be more empowered than the voices that are inside the country. But the region can play a stronger role on the security side. Because it's just not a myth. It's not a myth that instability in Afghanistan will just simply be contained inside the country. It will easily, and very soon, I think the prediction is even by spring, we'll see the negative impact of what has happened in Afghanistan and some of the regional countries around us in the neighboring. And they must take action. That's one. The second is also an assumption to think that if they build a relationship with Taliban, this will help them in their security situation. I think we should be very cautious, because we have seen so many examples when we try to trust them, we didn't get the outcome we all expected. So there has to be always plan B and plan C, and not simply putting, commonly said, all our eggs in one basket, because it may not work out. And I think the stronger probability is it may not work out at all. And but I think there is a much stronger role for countries outside of the region, like-minded, who believes in the strength and the power of women. And you all have invested in Afghanistan and that space. And as I said earlier, you have allies, and those allies are the women of Afghanistan. They, as I said, they're right now the only voices that are raising and resisting to the current status quo. And that's a common denominator among women outside of Afghanistan and the West as well. So it's not, as I said, it's not even to help women of Afghanistan to be empowered. They are empowered. There needs to be provided the tools and the resources to continue to preserve and protect and pursue what a stable society will look like in the future, because we know that investment is not going to be ever wasted.
Brilliant, brilliant answer. I think we only have time for 2 more questions, so I'm going to just put the 2 of them together and let you go for it until 10:45. I think one that many Americans are interested in and have posed is what should the Biden administration have done in preparation for the withdrawal of American troops to try to preserve the situation of Afghan women is one. And then a second one that I've gotten several times now is you were an ambassador representing Afghanistan and appointed in part because you were a woman. In what way have you in the past, and in what way will you now help amplify or represent the voice of Afghan women? So one a little bit more abstract and one a little bit more personal.
Of course. I'm going to start with the first question. Look, I think the situation in Afghanistan should have not only been looked upon from the lens of purely counterterrorism. And because even if it is security, look, we're right now here in a symposium where our entire debate is that security and peace cannot be done without the inclusion of women. So even if it was the looking into the case of Afghanistan from the perspective of security, inclusion of women should have been part of it. But if we look from the perspective of even simply counterterrorism, there's still, it's linked to security. So for me, I think it should have been not singled out only from that lens. It's a very complex region. It's not the region of 25 years ago. It has changed drastically. Rivalries have intensified in a different direction. Greater superpowers are emerging, and they have interest in our country. And I think looking from that broader lens, and within that, look, for us, we come from part of the world where our model of woman empowerment is always based here from the US or the West overall. And I feel we followed it very carefully, and we tried to move forward, and we had made the biggest achievement ever. And basically sticking to that commitment that existed earlier on as well, because as I said, it's not only the issue to do, it's the right thing to protect a woman. I think it's not that debate. I think it's the necessity in the need to have women as equal partners in any security debate that is inside Afghanistan or outside. And I think in the case of Afghanistan and other countries as well, women were not part of that debate. And today we are seeing the consequences. But my hope is we don't stop and we don't give up, because my entire aspiration goes back every day when I feel grim, I feel gray, I feel low. I look up to just a couple of pictures from Afghanistan where women are on the streets. And that's where it gives me the energy. And I look back and I say, well, am I complaining about my situation, how miserable I am? No, not really. These are the women who are in the ground and they're still fighting and they haven't given up. How can I give up? And I think that's where it relates to the second part of the question too, that for most of Afghan women, I think those who are inside and outside of Afghanistan, that when we were given and we are given the chance to be able to speak and platforms like that, I think it's extremely natural for us. And we can't even detach ourselves from our sisters who are in the country. There's a lot of times personally when in this grim moment, we think what to prioritize, what not to prioritize. And of course, it gets difficult to identify. But one thing is so solid, and that's the rights of Afghan women. I think all of us, regardless where we are, even I always say, if you send us to the moon, we probably even echo it from there. Because look, you all are doing it today. It's not only women of Afghanistan, all of us, all our supporters, all our sisters, all our friends. So that gives me the motivation, and that's exactly where I get the energy and I say, we're not giving up. We're going to change the situation.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Raz. We've been so grateful for your presence and for your remarks here. We are now going to transition to your predecessor, Ambassador Rahmani. And We appreciate all that you've done. Thank you. Go ahead, Lida.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Dr. Hudson. The next speaker I'm pleased to introduce is Ambassador Rahmani. Ambassador Rahmani serves as a senior advisor at Atlantic Council South Asia Center, a distinguished fellow at the Georgetown Institute for Women, Peace and Security, and a senior fellow for international security at the New America Foundation. She is a former Afghan diplomat with nearly 2 decades of experience working with governments, non-governmental organizations, and multilateral institutions. Ambassador Rahmani was the first woman to serve as Afghan ambassador to the United States, first Afghan woman ambassador to Indonesia, and served as the first Director General for Regional Cooperation at the Afghan Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In 2007, she received the Best Human Rights Activist Award by the Afghanistan Independent Human Rights Commission. In 2017, Indonesia Tatler named her the People's Ambassador, and in 2019, she was featured on Times Magazine's 100 Next list as a fierce advocate of peace on Afghan terms. She holds a bachelor's degree in software engineering from McGill University and a master's degree in public administration and international law from Columbia University. She is the mother of a young daughter and a passionate believer in the importance of fostering innovation for progress and promoting equality and inclusivity for sustainable peace. Ambassador Raz, the floor is yours. Ambassador Rahmani, apologies. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. Thank you to the Texas A&M Bush School for organizing this wonderful symposium, and particularly to Professor Hudson and Dean Walsh for pulling this together in a very timely manner. I would like to start with an anecdote, with a personal story of this journey of past 20 years. I vividly remember how it was the month of October in 2004. Our first presidential election was held after the fall of Taliban. More than 10 million Afghans had registered to vote, in spite of the fears of the attacks. 41% of those who braved the polling stations were women. It was 3 years after the U.S.-led intervention in Afghanistan had begun. It was also 3 years since women were empowered to shed their burqas and leave their homes. 3 years since women were once again accessing education and jobs and were reasserting their humanity. I walked into the Office of Rights and Democracy building as a young woman, the first woman to be heading an international NGO, eager to help and make changes in my country. The doorman would not look me in the eye and shuffled uncomfortably as I was passing. Many were shocked that I was leading meetings because I was young and I had just returned from abroad, but worse than all, I was a woman. Just 3 years prior to these events, I could not have walked on the street unaccompanied by a male guardian, let alone leading board meetings. So now I was in charge and leading an organization dedicated to manifest change and jumpstart Afghanistan's healing process. I knew that this would not be an easy assignment, but despite everything, I was convinced that it would be a worthwhile. So I showed up the second day, the third day, the fourth day, this 10th day, until I stopped counting the days, and until 2.5 years later, until one day the doorman looked me in the eye. In fact, it was 2.5 years later that one day I heard a knock at my door. It was the International Women's Day. And the doorman walked in, cradling a basket of plastic flowers. He said, "It's for you, for women's rights." Change is a gradual process. And true women's empowerment is a lot more difficult than complex than just giving women access, jobs, and education. It occurs one heart and one mind at a time. Over the past 20 years, so much has changed for better. This year, after 20 years of engagement, and for the first time, Afghanistan, along Guyana and Niger, was included in the World Economic Forum's Gender Gap Report, finding that 44.4% of the gender gap has been closed. To even make it to the report, a country must be able to collect data across the 12 areas necessary to report on gender parity, which demonstrates that Afghanistan was finally able to do it after 20 years of engagement. Regrettably, this is also the year that the Taliban took over, and it may also be the last year that the country will be listed in this report, at least for some time. Over the past 20 years, women entered into fields which they never had the chance to participate in before, to the extent that they got. They made up 28% of the parliament, 30% of the civil service. They held high level positions, went to school, participated in sports, and played music, all at the level that were historically unprecedented. From having no girls in school, around 4 million girls were enrolled in school by 2020. The female literacy rate had reached 30%, and Afghan women trained as athletes in all kinds of sports. And as part of the Afghanistan's National Institute of Music, they performed in the biggest world stages. A record-breaking number of 6,000 women even signed up to serve in Afghan security forces under very difficult circumstances, and despite the serious lack of supportive and conducive environment for their participation. Afghan women broke so many barriers and traditions that used to hold them back over the past 20 years. The newfound opportunities defined who they were as hard worker, providers, and self-sufficient members of the society. Today, women can no longer enter their offices, fly airplanes, or carry us away with the melodic sound of rabab, a traditional string instrument. The fact that they cannot enjoy the freedom and opportunity they had is now touching the root of who they are. But let's not forget, the educated cannot be uneducated. The women who flew plane and played the instrument pushed the door open for others. They broke new boundaries every single day and cannot simply be relegated as household commodities. Now the questions come. What happens next? How far will our achievements and rollbacks would be rolled back under the Taliban? Is there any chance to sustain these achievements that we have made, and to what extent? And was it worth it for Afghan women and for international community? I will try to share some insights and reflection to these questions, starting in reverse order. Was it worth it? When I reflect on the past decades of my work as a senior official in the Foreign Service and as a diplomat, I see that we made so much progress in the face of enormous challenges. I also remember that I rarely stop to think, is it worthwhile? Is it worthwhile to put up with what we as women had to endure in order to be visible and active in public sphere? My duties felt not only like a mission for a better future for the country, but an obligation to ensure that every position I held would contribute to the women can do mindset and expanding opportunities for the new generations. Simply put, it was our chance to show that we can do it, and no obstacle stood a chance to discourage us. Now, to say that all we learned and did was a waste is not only unfair to Afghan women, but it is a dishonor to all our sacrifices that we endured over the past 20 years for Afghans, Americans, and the rest of our international allies, all alike. It was an investment, not a waste, and it did pay off in ways we see now and in ways that we shall see in the future. To sustain the gains we achieved, we need to continue to work on them. Like everything else in life, we cannot put a deadline and cease our efforts, hoping that our gains will flourish on their own. For Afghan women, that deadline is only when we take our last breath. In other words, we will keep on pressing, and we need you all to do the same. Much of the progress women made was in part due to the sustained international community's pressure, their leverage over the Afghan government, the previous Afghan government, I mean, and the local power wielders who felt compelled to a certain extent to incorporate women in policies and programs. Moving forward, there are two issues, or two most pressing issues. The first is that the international community no longer enjoys the same degree of leverage over the Taliban's government, which they did enjoy over the previous government. The second is that there is a political and value-based dilemma at work. Governments around the world do not want to be seen as being supportive of a government like that of Taliban. It's a domestic political issue for these governments, in addition to the shared international human rights values that they identify with. However, Afghan women and children should not be the collateral damage like they have always been in the midst of these entangled dilemmas. It is a tough issue to get around, but it's not impossible. The international community must work creatively and adapt new models, ensuring that they do not allow a human catastrophe to take place. Once again, the very people of Afghanistan pay the price of these politics. Community empowerment and doing so directly with the women at the center of the efforts must be the primary goal and should receive all the attention and commitment required to make it happen. If we have learned any lessons over the past 20 years, one of them should be that that investing in human capital and providing women with education and other opportunities directly contributes to peace and security. If we review economic progress and security situation in Afghanistan's major provinces, it's clear that the provinces that enjoyed higher degree of security were not only doing better economically, they were also provinces where women were treated better and had access to more opportunities. The southern and eastern provinces were not only known to be a hotbed of fighting and conflict, but they also have traditionally been areas with the highest rate of poverty and inequality, which have only exacerbated by instability. For example, in provinces of Paktika, Wardak, and Khost, the gap between boys and girls school attendance was about 35 percentage point or more than the rest of the provinces in Afghanistan. It is not, it's not surprising that these provinces were also usually the Taliban stronghold over the past 20 years. Therefore, we must realize that the Taliban may not act as we would like them to vis-a-vis human rights and women's rights in exchange for international aid. And instead, policies and programs must ensure that they continue to reach and support women's leadership in their communities in order to sustain the achievements we have made and do not allow for second-class citizenship to be internalized by young Afghan women and girls. Another lesson was that lack of accountability contributed to poor leadership in Afghan government. Very few and out of circle high-level politicians and officials within the Afghan government were held accountable for their actions. In fact, the legal system was used as an instrument of power for leadership to punish those who did not act as they favored. And it was used to demonstrate to donor community that there was a system of checks and balance. Justice and law were applied to some, but not others. And corruption was rampant at all levels of government. As a result, women as well as men, especially those who tried to be more than a quota, and women who did not collaborate with their corrupt superiors, were continuously targeted and removed from their positions. One thing that stood out to me during these past decades is that peace is not possible without justice and accountability. In fact, justice and accountability are absolutely central pillars of peace building and inclusion. Therefore, the international community must ensure that accountability is truly incorporated in their efforts and assistance. Less is more if effectively implemented. A final lesson is that peace cannot be reached unless women are included in the conversation. Hence, if women had been meaningfully and not for cosmetic reasons included from the beginning, there could have been a better leadership and more accountability in the Afghan government. So peace can only be achieved if all of society's needs, aspiration, and trust are reflected in it. And it cannot happen by excluding more than half of the population. Now, we are where we are. The Taliban are now in power. In the coming months, humanitarian concerns will predominate, but we cannot allow gender equality to fall by wayside, as this will not only deepen and entrench the regression. So what are the immediate steps to support Afghan women moving forward? Firstly, connectivity on the ground cannot be lost. It is impossible to operate in a black hole. In order to continue supporting women and civil society, we need to create innovative strategies that provide consistent access to internet, cellular services, messaging platforms, and more. This will be essential to ensuring that grave violations of human rights and dignity will not go unaccounted for, while helping us to understand more about the events as they are unfolding in real time. Second, we must also ensure that women leaders and communities are directly empowered. Aid must be delivered directly to women councils in communities in order for them to be in charge of distribution. Female aid workers and members of the security forces must be included in the efforts because they provide additional security and ensure that the assistance reaches families, widows, and other female-headed households. Third, now that the US has withdrawn its forces, promoting accessibility via air and ground transports is more critical than ever. And so is cooperation with regional partners who support these efforts. And finally, the international community must work together to and stay persistent and cohesive. Taliban now have learned and mastered how international communities' impatience and inconsistency can help them in achieving their agenda. In other words, they do not have to come around because others will. I have no doubt that there will be a day that we will witness another shift. Change can always be on the horizon, but to stir it towards peace and equality, it takes commitment, perseverance, and trust. I would like to wrap up with one of my favorite quotes by Henry David Thoreau. He once said, "Convince me that you have a seed there, and I am prepared to expect wonders. With continued patience and nurturing of our greatest resources, the Afghan people, particularly women, I know we can all expect wonders. We did it before and we can do it again." I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Rahmani. I remember when you spoke with us last year, your remarks were very moving, and they were moving again today. As we're collecting questions from the audience, I noted, I'll give myself the privilege of asking the first question, which is, I was very pleased by some of the things that you said, because they go along with things that I've been thinking too, which is connectivity is going to be huge. And so what kinds of investments can a nation like the US make in cell towers and so forth, even in countries that are surrounding Afghanistan? At some point, earlier times during the Taliban regime, we had a radio-free Afghanistan. Is it time to consider reconstituting that effort? And I agree with everything that you've said. One of the most interesting things that you said is perhaps it is worthwhile thinking of accountability for the leaders who were ousted. And I thought that that was a really terrific suggestion, because I completely agree with you that there can be no peace without justice and accountability. And is it possible that those who have, if you will, escaped justice for what they did in Afghanistan, that might be an important way forward. So I'm going to, I've got a few questions now that I'm going to ask you here. One is from a female Afghan activist, and she says, I am struggling here. I've had knife wounds, I've been attacked. You know, what can you do, Ambassador Rahmani, to help us activists? What can the international community do to help activists who are being hunted and targeted for execution by the Taliban regime? Do you have any comments?
I must say that this comment is something that haunts myself and many others on a daily basis. It is a reminder of our helplessness. But then I am a believer that there is always something that one can do. And what I have in hand is just a voice, basically. I speak to influencers, I speak to members of Congress, I speak to the media, I speak at the symposium like this one, trying to amplify those voices, try to make sure that when they are not there, I am there. This is the very least I can do. I mean, and also, the other thing is, of course, trying to build connections between those who are suffering and who are on the ground and those who are capable of providing help and support. I'm sorry that it is not as practical as I would like it to be. I would have loved to say that I have a solution and we could have made this change, but unfortunately, that's not the case.
Thank you. We have a question from one of our audience asking whether you believe that the oppression on the ground for women is as bad, or are there pockets where it seems like things might be different and perhaps a little better? For example, the member of the audience notes that in at least one town, middle school and high school girls have been allowed to go back to school. This is in the north, of course, not the south. So is it at all possible that we may see an Afghanistan that has a variety of practices concerning women depending upon the local governing structure, or what understanding do you have?
Well, 3 different points. Number one is when people ask whether the situation is better or is it possible to become better or somewhat better for women, my response is that women are, again, should never be treated as a different or species or something that must be treated somewhat differently than the rest of population, or looked at from a different lens. There is one positive thing I must say. The level of violence and killed has reduced. This does impact women. The people who were getting killed on a daily basis, especially over the last couple of years, that impacted these people, whatever side they were, a huge number of Afghan security forces. They were members of the families. They were people who were heading household, who were brothers, husbands, fathers, and they were getting killed in huge numbers. That is down, and that is the only positive thing, I must say. It is not gone. Unfortunately, we keep hearing about the violence going on around the country, but it is reduced to the second thing. Now, is it possible that it can be better for women in different pockets? 2 things. Taliban have learned very well, I think probably from the mistakes of the previous governments, like that they pay attention, at least to a very small degree, to what the communities asks of them. So therefore, when there are communities that were more conservative all along, they are as strict as they were in 1990s. If there are communities that they are advocating for their girls and women to be able to go to school and go to the hospital without a male escort and whatnot, they are showing some degree of leniency. And that is of what we see. It's also as a result of negotiations that they have with different UN agencies delivering aid, because that serves them. So, but the real question is something different. It is one thing that has resulted in all of the we are facing is that there was always an underlying concept for Afghan good enough. So there was always this unspoken measure or standard laid down at different times that at one point we stop and it is good enough for Afghanistan. And now the bar has become lower. So now everybody is asking, please allow girls to go to school. Please allow girls to, which is absolutely essential. Of course it is. But why is that we are only talking about it is enough that they would allow girls to go to school? It is enough to let them go to middle school. it is a step, but it is not enough. It's not enough anything else, and it shouldn't be accepted and enough for Afghanistan either. So these are the different aspects of what is happening, and I believe that at one point the rest of the international might have to find a way to work with them because of what is happening.
I think you're right. The terms of how you work with them, you're right. That's going to be a very tricky issue, isn't it? There'll be a fine line to walk. And many times I think we'll get it wrong, and there will be legitimacy that the Taliban will take, notion that they're traveling, and meeting with all these government leaders. This is a strategy that is fraught with unintended consequences.
The fact that they're traveling is nothing new. It started several years ago.
Yeah.
I think that was already given.
Yeah, absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Boy, we need a postmortem of the last several years, don't we? Ambassador Rahmani, thank you so much for you being here today. And we are grateful for everything that you have contributed, and we're grateful for your response to these questions. And so now we will, I will turn the time back to Lida to make an introduction of Metra Mehran. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your reflections as well, Ambassador Rahmani. We will hear from one more speaker before we break for half an hour lunch, an alumna of the Bush School of Government and Public Service, our own Metra Mehran, co-founder of the Feminine Perspective campaign and a nominee for the 2022 Sakharov Prize. Metra Mehran is a young social entrepreneur with a particular interest in women's empowerment and education. She is a Fulbright scholar currently working with the Women's Scholarship Endowment Program, providing scholarships for women to pursue their education in STEM majors. She is also a fellow with the National Center for Dialogue and Peace, where she is focused on encouraging intergenerational exchange and uniting different points of views for sustainable peace. She co-founded the Feminine Perspective movement ahead of intra-Afghan peace negotiations. The aim is to provide a platform for women across Afghanistan to raise their voice for the protection of their fundamental rights and to ensure women's perspectives are reflected in peace negotiation processes. A leading voice in education and women empowerment, she writes opinion pieces for local and international outlets and delivers speeches. Her op-eds have been published in international outlets such as Foreign Policy and The Diplomat. She has presented at Oxford University, Rice University, Arkansas University, United Nations headquarters in New York, and has been a keynote speaker alongside individuals such as Michelle Obama. Before this, she worked with UNDP, World Bank, and the FID in Afghanistan, and she managed grants for nonprofits that primarily focused on women empowerment, human rights, justice, media, and political accountability, the same areas she wants to promote. Metra John, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. And it was great to hear from everyone. I'm pleased we all have the opportunity today to speak about the situation of women in Afghanistan, thanks to Bush School, particularly to amazing Dr. Valerie Hudson for focusing this year's symposium on issues of women in women, peace and security. On 15th August 2021, almost 3 months ago, Kabul fell into the hands of the Taliban, which means profound despair of all aspects of my life and life of thousands of other women inside Afghanistan. Now, as we speak, women in Afghanistan have lost rights to liberty, freedom of movement, education, self-expression, and employment. The rapid takeover of Afghanistan by Taliban was preceded by a wave of killings of women who were members of civil society, who were activists, journalists, and they targeted academics, even female vaccinators and judges across Afghanistan. And now the mysterious killings of women particularly those who were part of security forces, police in Army of Afghanistan, continues. They are not safe. And also let's remind ourselves that today is day 57 of Taliban ban on girls returning to secondary school in Afghanistan. We are the only nation on earth where girls legally, nationwide, are not allowed to go to school. I feel that it disgusts me, but control over the basic human rights of women have become the main platform for the Taliban to test their authority. And no surprise to see in the 2021 global ranking of 170 countries on WPS index, Afghanistan scores the worst. For today, I will begin with a very brief overview of the status of women's presence at different levels of society inside Afghanistan pre-Taliban, mainly between 2001 and 2020, claiming that the efforts to improve situation of women in Afghanistan worth it. They are strong women. They are now fighting Taliban in a very civil way. Then I will reflect briefly on peace agreements took place in Afghanistan before, and then focus mainly on negotiations that happened between Afghan government and Taliban recently. And I want to discuss how leading parties, including United States, UN, EU, and Afghan government did not consider WPS agenda properly, or I can say in practice, seems they treated as Dr. Hudson put it, performative joke. So on situation of Afghan women, by 2018, 83% of Afghan girls had enrolled in primary schools. Maybe it's not a very good number, but the thing is, if you consider this number was 0 in 2001, this is a huge progress. And I give this credit to Afghan women and Afghan people who strived to make it there. 83% of enrollment of girls in school in 20 years, understanding Afghanistan, it's for me was a great achievement, and I don't want that to get lost. Number of women in civil service rose to almost 26%. 27% of seats in parliament were held by women. Women comprised 38% of the voters. And then most importantly, women made the backbone of the vibrant civil society of Afghanistan. Legally, we made the progresses in terms of the legal parts need to be mentioned. There's women's rights in the constitution secured. We were women fights managed to enact the law on elimination of violence against women, and also launching the National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security in 2015. But if you see want to see this data today, it is 0. However, every day Afghan women have taken to the streets in groups large and small to protest against Taliban barbaric rules and limitations. The women's rallies were broken by gunfire and beating, and dozens of journalists covering those protests are detained. But still, every day they continue to fight for their rights, accepting to face guns pointing at them or Taliban's lashes. So these I want to helping Afghan women or providing them the opportunities worth it. And then there are a few things that we need to consider about the protests happening every day back in Kabul and in provinces across Afghanistan by women. The first one is consistent women's protests, regardless of all violence they are facing. And the second thing is they come from all walks of life. I mean, big NGOs are leading voices of women who are mainly, working on these areas. They are not in Afghanistan anymore. They were at risk. They are out, or they are not allowed to, especially organizations, they are not allowed to work. Then you see women who are teachers, doctors, businesswomen. or maybe regular women that didn't expect it, are on streets and demanding their rights. So that is very powerful, and I think we all need to recognize that. But what me is the very irresponsible rule of some media outlets about this, that they describe calmness in Afghanistan as peace, or lack of physical violence as peace. And this actually started, and women's rights is not important often in their remarks. And this started even before the collapse of the government and when the negotiations started. I remember when the negotiation between U.S. and later between Afghan government and Taliban started about processes or having a meaning, is do not represent Afghanistan, and they are this fiasco or big cities that want those rights and freedom. And then I see that narrative reflection in many big for that same purpose, to see if that claim is right, and then to prove that wrong, I co-founded Feminine Perspectives campaign, where we went across Afghanistan, rural villages, to talk to women and ask about their fundamental, regardless of where we went, south, north, northeast, west, central Afghanistan, there was one common thing among all women, that they wanted their fundamental rights to be protected. I remember, and then the videos, the audio and the text are available if you are interested to see. We have this audio from a woman from Nangarhar, from a village where Taliban was controlling even back then. She has sent her voice to us saying that she never could go to school. She wants to make sure that her daughters have the right to go to school, and then it's important for her to provide opportunities for her daughters to be able to read and write. That was exact words. And then I remember another woman in Kishum, another very rural district in Badakhshan province, where we went, and then we have video of her at her kitchen, where she is like, I cannot read and write, but it is important for me to vote because I want to vote for a woman, because I am more comfortable talking to that woman. So I just remember, I don't know what she is doing now, or her family, but what these things told me was, it's not only that these women was enjoying their rights, but they knew why they want to practice their rights. They have reached to that level of understanding of why they want their rights and why they want to practice it. So if you see narratives out there saying that Afghan women culturally or traditionally are more prone to the rules Taliban are practicing, that is very wrong. Because I have talked to hundreds of women personally across Afghanistan, and there are videos and audios and texts of those available out there, that they want a peace that could grant their rights and respect their human dignity. And I think beyond collapse of Taliban, women prove that even wrong. You see them on the streets every day. So now let's go to the second part, where I'm working on a paper to the Atlantic Council, where I studied previous peace agreements of Afghanistan and see why they didn't work. Almost all of them failed. So I will briefly talk about that, and then mainly focused on latest peace negotiation that happened and which lead to the collapse of Afghan government and control of Taliban. So historically, from what I studied, I said peace agreements and reconciliation that took place beyond collapse of traditional political order of coup of 28 in Afghanistan. My aim was to factors, repetitive failure of peace agreements in Afghanistan, and what lessons we can learn from them. So we have treaty of 1998. Following that, we have Afghanistan National Reconciliation Policy 1986 to 1992, and then we have the Peshawar and Islamabad Accord that happened the Peshawar Accord happened in 1992, and then we had the Islamabad Accord that happened in 1993 between the Mujahideen leaders, with support of Pakistan and Saudi Iraq. And then we had Bonn Agreement 2001. And then all of these peace initiatives that I choose one sequence of a similar thing, or one common denominator for their failure, and that is inclusivity. None of these had proper participation of women. There was no woman signatory on any of these efforts. But then let's see what happened beyond 2001. Between 2005 and 2020, women were excluded from 52 out of 67 peace and political processes in Afghanistan. Sustained advocacy on the part of local women's rights networks, coupled, of course, with international actors' efforts and the support we used to receive and still receive from our allies. And then the Taliban that began on September 2020, only 3 women were on the Afghan government negotiating team, and obviously women on the Taliban side. Unfortunately, neither party to the conflict demonstrated prevailing prioritize women's participation, because even we had 3 women on the main negotiation team, but the Afghan government was not very supportive. If you see the institutions that were responsible for this, for example, the Afghan High Peace Council had 70 members when it got established, out of which only 9 were women, and then the Ministry for Peace were only 2 female members. So internally, we didn't have enough commitment from women's side to include women. But let's see the U.S. side. So Khalilzad, the U.S. special talks to finalize deal with Taliban. There was no single Afghan woman in any of these meetings. This exclusion disproportionately suffered the most under the Taliban in that process. I think this also gave the Taliban the courage to just ignore women's rights, seeing that the other party, the most powerful party in that negotiation, doesn't care much either. So when I was trying to review my vision last night, I literally got Special Representatives Khalilzad and WPS agenda in Afghanistan peace process. Guess what? You cannot find any single link that give you exactly saying or anything in his remarks that mentioned WPS agenda in case of peace process in Afghanistan. Also, in case of in the camp I was staying in New Mexico camp, at least 5,000 people were from KPS military base that in Afghanistan that was, and all of them were men, 5,000, and I respected. I believe that was necessary. Their lives were at risk. But imagine what. And then I have heard that in other camps, 7,000 or other 5,000, between 5,000 to 7,000 US military allies that. But the thing is, yes, they made sure and managed to take all of them are out. But in our security forces, we had only 1,500 women in the army and around 7,400 women in police. They're mysteriously getting killed, but no one discussed or prioritized to take them all out, or at least come up with a policy to make sure they are safe beyond the evacuation. So that's why I want to, and that's why that bothers me, that I see even at this end here in US, the policymakers, people who were engaged in that peace process, were not in practice taking the WPS agenda mandates and principles very not considered in that process. And I think, and I hear quotes from Sahana that had written for The Hill, that she says, laws and strategies are measured against their real life implementation. Within a short few months after this proclamation, the WPS strategy is about to fail its first real life test in Afghanistan. She is talking about the WPS action plan of America. And then I think she is very right. She said, WPS strategy is about to fail its first real life test in Afghanistan. And I say it actually failed it now. So let's talk how UN Security Council treated WPS agenda in relation to the peace process in Afghanistan. Out of 70 references to the peace process across the Secretary General's report from 2019 to 2020, only 20% of the references, about 14 of the 70, contained WPS elements. Outside of specifying the need for the Afghan government to have an inclusive negotiating team in his March 2020 report, the Secretary General did not provide any recommendation on ensuring women's meaningful inclusion in all aspects of the peace process. And lastly, 2 weeks ago, the G20 summit discussion on Afghanistan listed the promotion of human rights for all Afghans third, which include women's rights too, while prioritizing counterterrorism efforts and ensuring safe passages for foreign nationals and Afghan partners seeking to leave Afghanistan. So the question maybe we need to ask from them is, does your counterterrorism works if you are not prioritizing human rights and women's rights in that process? So the conclusion we make this is neither Afghan government, not the US government, and not UN took the WPS agenda seriously across the peace in the peace process. And now Afghan women are paying the price. We lost everything. And if the world doesn't learn from these lessons, any other country can experience it again. So lastly, I want to discuss what we can do about it. That is responsibility of international community, at least at this stage. First, I want to say, I believe world is in awe of bravery and courage Afghan women have showed in the past months. They're on the streets pushing back from the inside against those extreme and fundamental rules. But it's important that we make sure those efforts are supported by international community. It is certain if it doesn't, then we would lose momentum in the long run. The Taliban continues to engage in human rights abuses, but they are seeking legitimate solutions. They prefer and prioritize international legitimacy. That's why donors need to simultaneously exert leverage on the Taliban. Also, I wish China, Russia, Pakistan to do so, because they are not mention anything about women or women's rights while they are being very friendly with the Taliban. Hence, it is critical to continuously advocate and demand the international community to ask commitments from the Taliban to fully respect rights of women. And we need to make sure that women have access to education, access to employment, healthcare, freedom of movement, and freedom of expression and justice. But for the immediate response, now we know that humanitarian is something that's donors and international community are discussing to go to Afghanistan, not actually maybe development aid. What I suggest is a variety of women-led NGOs have constantly been promoting democracy and helping people with social, educational, health, and other services at grassroots levels. Donors should use them for these garments of aid to ensure women-led NGOs keep working, or at least remain active, even if they are not able to politically be active, at least in this humanitarian areas, we need to make sure to keep them active. And that is a way also that help us to keep investing in local women peace builders. The problem is, if you see the data, women rights organizations only received less than 1% of overseas development assistance, which is really low. And then, so that is very important. But one thing I want to highlight is that we need to make sure that even if we engage with Taliban for the humanitarian aid and mention them about the women's right and all, we need to make every effort to help hold them accountable against the applicability of their promises. Because in many instances, Taliban's commitment have been de facto denials of women access to their rights. For instance, they claim they allow women to go to university, but condition it to segregated classes and all female professors. Considering the low number of female professors and fewer female students in higher education in Afghanistan, universities do not organize separate classes because neither they can afford nor it's cost effective. I have 250 of our scholars, because all of them study the STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, haven't been able to go to university in the past 3 months. Even universities are open for women. And the reason is, universities say to the students in our class, we cannot afford to organize a new class and hire female professors, unfortunately. So that is, the thing is, when Taliban promise, we need to make sure that in practice, let's make sure that Afghan do not disappear from international headlines, because local journalists already been limited, imprisoned, and lashed by the Taliban. There's a lot of Taliban to escape public scrutiny and to be while jeopardizing people inside Afghanistan. Again, let's also remind ourselves again, today is day 56 of Taliban on girls ban on girls returning to secondary school. And then I request the world to demonstrate political will necessary for bringing justice to Afghan women and not compromise our rights for your political competitions. I'm done, and then I would love to hear if you have any question. Thank you.
Hi, Metra. It's lovely to see you. I'm grateful that Dean Welsh and others were able to help you to leave Afghanistan. Though let me tell you, it's Afghanistan's loss that you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
I was very taken with your remarks, Metra. I was taken, first of all, with the very pointed and I think very justified criticisms of the peace negotiation process. I and many others, as you know, were aghast when the Trump administration all but removed women from the peace negotiations. Not that they had much of a role before the Trump administration, but they had virtually none. And you're right, it emboldened, gave courage to the Taliban that the US may be talking about women, but they actually didn't care about women when push came to shove. And I think you are absolutely right about that. I also think that there's many things about, as you say, even the evacuation process, women police officers, women soldiers, why were they not among those who were prioritized for evacuation, given the killings that we have seen? I think you're absolutely right. And I think you are right that this was the first real life test of whether the US actually cared about women, peace, and security. And the US flunked it, and the UN flunked it. you know, to me, that's a devastating critique. So as you can imagine, I think many of us are interested in the solutions that that you offer. And so I'm going to push you a little on those while I then look at the audience questions. So I'm going to give you my question first, and then we'll go to the audience questions. Is you talk about donors using leverage. And if I was reading between the lines where you were emphasizing how donors need to ensure women's inclusion in the humanitarian sphere of action, that sounded like you were saying that, for example, the World Food Program should condition food on maybe women's local councils being given the ability to hand out the food. You talked about the Taliban being held accountable, and you gave the example of how their promise to allow women to go to universities is really already a broken promise because there are not enough female professors. But I guess I'm going to ask the question of, given what Ambassadors Raz and Rahmani were discussing, that is that people cannot be allowed to be starved for women's rights. How exactly would the World Food Program carry through on such an insistence? How would you hold the Taliban accountable for breaking whatever small promises they have made concerning women? That is, what real leverage do these institutions have? What would you say?
Thank you, Dr. Hudson. On that part, I totally agree that we shouldn't do something. Afghanistan is on the brink of starvation, honestly, and we need to make sure that especially with the winter coming and the COVID-19 economic aspects too, we need to make sure we provide that support. But also the thing is, we shouldn't give Taliban so much. I think that we have spoiled them with whatever they said. We said yes, and then they know by now. They know that running a government is not as easy as just killing someone. You know, management of that administration is hard, and I think they at this point they totally do agree to accept conditions from international community, but we should also remind ourselves that they are using secondary schools as a leverage over us. Why? Their conditions are mostly, hey, girls shouldn't go to a co-education system. There should be female professors, but we know context of Afghanistan. Girls and boys from grade 1 up to high school is already segregated in Afghanistan. University is co-education. They are allowing girls to go to university, but they are not allowing girls to go to school while it's already female schools are separate. They are all female teachers. We don't have enough female professors, but we have majority of teachers in Afghanistan are women because it's a low-paid job, and you know, with most of the responsibilities that women take at home, it's a part-time job, like from 9 to 12 or from 1 to 4. So that's why if you see the data, I don't remember the exact, but it should be around more than 80% of teachers in Afghanistan are women. Taliban, if you compare this against their ideology or their claims for not allowing women to go to school, it doesn't match. So the only thing is they don't have a reason. And I think we can't push them for that, and they know it. But the thing is how we make sure that we do that without giving them so much legitimacy. If UN is already doing it itself, WFP should do it. I think Taliban are not. Taliban, I think as much as we are concerned, Taliban are concerned too. They cannot allow people to starve. But the thing is, we shouldn't just say yes to everything they say. And then they have already tricked us with that so much. They come in media and say like, oh, we are good, we are changed, you know. But then once they, in practice, you see, now that they have control, they are not changed. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is, as on that table, now I am not sitting at that table. An Afghan with good contextual knowledge is not sitting there. So it's the international community, people from abroad sitting there. And then I think it's important that we need to tell them that contextualize every offer, every promise that Taliban gives to you. If they say that, okay, we allow women in Afghanistan to go to school, to go to work, but they want it within the structure of Islam, we know what their definition is, we know what their interpretation is. We need to discuss it like a process, a management, a project thing. Be like, does it work? Does it not work? How it costs women, how feasible it is in certain contexts. So I think those are important things that the international community should discuss it when they are going to the Taliban. Because from what I say, Taliban are not saying, no, we don't respect women's rights, we don't allow women to go to school. They are saying we do. But then the thing is, the way they do it in practice is actually the de facto denial of access of women to those rights. And we need to be very, very clear and smart about it, as much as Taliban are.
That is really interesting. So, I think that's absolutely right, is that we need to contextualize all of this. I wonder, I think there should be some formal way in which Afghan women, such as yourself and the former ambassadors, are able to help the West to contextualize all of this. So if K through 12 education is already segregated, then what is holding the Taliban back from allowing girls to go back to school? That is an excellent question. That is an excellent question. I've got a few other questions that people have sent in. Here's one from the audience. Do you think that external pressure on the Taliban to respect women's rights would produce positive change, or do you think it would backfire?
Thank you. I think it will definitely produce positive change, because from what I see is there is so much progress, and women in Afghanistan are empowered and they have their voice. And the only thing we need to do is see how the things are working. Taliban don't care about Afghan women anymore. Taliban cares about the international legitimacy, and that's what they are after. So if it is the leverage that we can use or international community can use, then they should use it. And I think that is very important, because I mean, from where Taliban are standing now, every interaction or everything that ended up here was came from their interaction with the international community, not us. So I think that is important. And then the aid dependency of Afghanistan, and everything you see in context of Afghanistan definitely can what the only thing that can tell us is the international forces, and then their stance for Afghan women or Afghan people in general is helpful, and it can work.
So you feel that the quest for legitimacy will produce some change?
The quest for legitimacy, yes, and also their dependency to aid, and their capacity to run a government. They don't have that, and they know this. The countries, including Pakistan and China and Russia, that they think are their allies, or even Pakistan, that they haven't recognized them yet, and then they're waiting for the West to say something, especially maybe leading US and then EU. So they say something, and I think that's that. Why not? I don't see any other meaningful or strong force at this time to push them on that direction. And I think it is important that we use this leverage at this time.
What about, you mentioned Pakistan, and I think it was Ambassador Raz who mentioned India. What role can nations like Pakistan and India, perhaps even China, play that, you know, the West may not be able to play anymore? Is there a role for these nations, especially Pakistan, in helping to assure women's rights, or are these countries simply uninterested?
That's what bothers me the most, and I think at some point I told that women's rights are, you know, should be very universal, and it is universal, and it shouldn't be limited to West only, or it shouldn't be up to political competition of countries to decide on our about our fate of what we can enjoy as a human being or what we cannot. Unfortunately, we haven't seen any indication in policies of countries you named for protection of women's rights in Afghanistan. They are engaging Taliban at very different high levels, but they are more about the politics in the region, and, you know, with the rising power competition in that region, especially China. That's women issue is not important for them, but why it should be? I mean, they are not, especially Russia and China, they're not that much respecting it in their country too. You named India. Taliban are not, as you know, are more close to Pakistani government, and they're not going to listen to Indian government at these issues. And I'm not sure how much India can take a position on that. But in terms of these other countries, I think maybe it's up to us, people like me, to approach those countries. Maybe we have mainly relied on our Western allies, and now they're like not feeling or realizing any obligation on that end to say something. So I think it is important. Maybe we need to do advocacy on that too, and it's rule of. And I want to emphasize on role of UN on this too. If it should, you know, advocate on these things at UN level, because everyone is a member and everyone should abide by certain values that UN stands for. But we don't see that much of it when we come to those countries.
That's really interesting. I think you're right that it's good to think about how Afghan activists can now directly, and without the intermediation of the US, begin to speak to surrounding countries, Russia and so forth, and perhaps begin to get some pressure from those countries. I don't know, right? As you say, Russia doesn't really care very much about women. China doesn't really care about much about women. But perhaps an approach not from the West, but from Afghan activists would be very useful. We have time for one last question, and I think I'll take one of the audience questions here. And the question is, why is international society, and here I suppose they're speaking about the UN, why isn't it already pressuring the Taliban? Why has there been a reticence to pressure the Taliban about these issues?
So there are two things, and I think the first thing is everyone got busy so much more than they should with the evacuation, and all the headlines were about that. And then now I think it's this is the time when I hate politics, that they are, I think, negotiating and talking and seeing their own terms in terms of how long they can, how much, or they can talk with Taliban to make sure that it doesn't show as a sign of giving them legitimacy or entering into another agreement or relationship with Taliban. So that's why I think international community is very cautiously going forward with this. But at the same time, EU have been very vocal, especially about ensuring that the humanitarian aid or the 80 million humanitarian aid that they promised for Afghanistan should be conditioned for Taliban respecting women and human rights. So I think they are doing it, but in at least within the framework of press releases and all, but they haven't had that much engagement on the ground with Taliban to have a more tangible result on that. Because I think I think I could the G20 agreement that they gave in human rights were third. They prioritize evacuation and counterterrorism, and I was like, okay, if you're not respecting women's rights, or if human rights is third, how you go with the counterterrorism? And that just happened 2 weeks ago. So I think the issues that concern us or people here maybe doesn't concern leaders as much. Otherwise, they wouldn't put it third. They are prioritizing two other things. So I think these are the things that maybe we can see as main reasons that they haven't. But I think they are talking about it, but they haven't engaged it with Taliban on the ground to get to a tangible results to see if it works or if it doesn't. Politically, maybe they are being very cautious, which I think women's rights shouldn't be up to that level. We are, politically cautious or not. It's like my right.
Right. There's no benefit to being cautious.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it should be way more important than politically right or politically cautious statements of world leaders, but seems it's not for them. So that hurts, but that's the world we are living in.
For the U.S. civil society and European civil society to be engaged in prodding some of this along, I think you're absolutely right. Metra, thank you so much for joining us. These comments were terrific, and they were specific and concrete, and they were very important, and I thank you for them. We're going to break now for lunch, and we will start up again at 12:30. Where we'll be hearing from Colonel Cornelia Weiss, kind of a more insider's view of what went down with women, peace and security and Afghanistan. We will see you then, 12:30. Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everyone. I will now introduce our next speaker, Cornelia Weiss, retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Judge Advocate. Cornelia Weiss, a retired U.S. Colonel, served in Europe, the Americas, and the Pacific. The Colombian Public Forces recognized her work in Colombia by awarding her medals for her work in human rights and distinguished service in military justice system. Other honors received include the U.S. Air Force Keynote Award for making the most notable contributions to the development of international law. A graduate of Inter-American Defense College, she holds a JD from Vanderbilt. In addition to serving as a National Endowment for the Humanities Summer Scholar, her fellowship include the Ian Axford Fellowship and a Rotary Peace Fellowship. By illuminating barriers and excavating forgotten history, she seeks to find answers to end discrimination against women and girls. She has many recent publications centered on women's rights and international affairs, including Discrimination Against Women, Rule of Law and Culture of Peace, Colombia's Peace Agreement in the Fletcher Forum of World Affairs. Colonel Weiss, you have the floor.
Ma'am, thank you very much. I thank you for your kind introduction. And I regret that it is not with joy that I am here today. I look very much forward to an intense discussion. And for today, I beg all of you, ask the hard questions. If we don't ask the hard questions, we will never get beyond the easy answers. And before I begin, permit me to issue a disclaimer That is, although I am a former member of the U.S. military, retiring in the rank of colonel, what I'm going to say in the next 45 minutes or so includes my personal opinion and not necessarily that of the U.S. government, the U.S. military, or any of its components. If somehow magically I were here to represent the U.S. government and the U.S. military, I wouldn't extend an apology. So with that, I will now start. Late on 12 August 2021, 3 months ago today, I received a mass email from a former U.S. ambassador for global women's affairs, pleading for money for the immediate evacuation of high-risk Afghan women. The U.S. shredding documents in the embassy, burning the U.S. flag, the Taliban advancing. In 2010, the U.S. Secretary of State promises the women of Afghanistan that the U.S. will not abandon them. So why, in August 2021, the need for private funding? For a possible answer, permit me to take you to 2010, 2011. I am at senior service school, in military vernacular, war college. Many of my classmates go on to become generals and admirals. I am the sole female military officer in my class. I am a top graduate. Yet today, a decade later, this practice continues. This practice of limiting the number of women selected for war college, a door to become a general and admiral. At war college, I see almost every top U.S. general and admiral speak. The one who impresses me, the commander of CENTCOM, a 4-star general. CENTCOM is Central Command, the U.S. command in whose area of responsibility Afghanistan lies. I obtained the CENTCOM commander's email and I write him, quote, "I would very much like to work for you. Your candor, your lack of PowerPoint, and your succinct analysis the day you came to speak delighted me. If your schedule permits, I would like to meet with you." In less than 12 hours, he replies. His email chain shows that within 3 hours of my email, he starts the machinery for me to work for him. 3 days later, his aide contacts me to arrange a meeting. One of my advisors recommends I present the CENTCOM commander with a one-pager proactively proposing what my job for him should be. I instantly know. What I don't know is his attention span. I whittle my proposal down to 62 words. In our one-on-one meeting, I hand my proposal to him. After reading it, he asks, "Have you shared this proposal with anyone else?" I state, "No, sir." He then states, "Don't." He stands up. The meeting is over. At the beginning of our meeting, before I hand my proposal to him, the CENTCOM commander tells me to email him in 10 days to finalize details of working for him. So 10 days later, I email him. His response, "No position available." So instead of working at CENTCOM, I head abroad, elsewhere, for work. About 7 months after my meeting with the CENTCOM commander, I was to have a one-on-one meeting with the president of the National Defense University. I reconfirm 1 hour before the meeting. 5 minutes before the meeting, I walk in to the reception area. The greeting I get, her staff tells me, she will not see you. I reply, I beg your pardon? I reconfirmed the meeting only an hour ago. They repeat, she will not see you. I respond, I traveled a long distance to be here. There must be some mistake. She's only 5 feet away. Just let me see her. They repeat, she will not see you. Later, I learn she emailed the CENTCOM commander about the upcoming meeting with me. Before my meeting with the CENTCOM commander, the president, a 3-star admiral, had asked that I come to her office and then walked with me to my meeting with the CENTCOM commander to greet him before my one-on-one meeting with him. In the CENTCOM commander's response to her email, his characterization of me, I do not know this officer. With these words, I become a persona non grata. So what was my proposal to this CENTCOM commander? Later, a Secretary of Defense. The proposal that made me lose a CENTCOM job. The proposal that made me a persona non grata. It was to create for the U.S. military a plan on how to fulfill the U.S. promise to the women of Afghanistan that the U.S. would not abandon them. When Dr. Hudson invited me to speak today, she asked for me to give my thoughts on WPS, Women, Peace, and Security, in light of the fiasco at Kabul. So that is what I will do. Understanding that correlation does not necessarily equal causation, but to realize that it may lead us to answers and, at the very minimum, create the space to articulate the beginnings of necessary questions. Given that I have only some 45 minutes, I will limit my discussion to 2 areas: military education and peace negotiations. First, permit me to address the failure to educate. Would there have been a fiasco in Kabul had U.S. military and civilian leaders been properly educated? In 2010-2011, when I was the sole female military officer in my senior service school, the only instruction we received on WPS was about 1.5 hours. A lecture about UN Security Council Resolution 1325 from the late Virginia Bouvier of the U.S. Institute for Peace. That year, I asked other war colleges whether they provided any instruction on WPS. The answer, no. Indeed, the importance of women was not raised in any of my military education until a 2-week seminar on peace operations that year. Brent Beardsley taught my session. Brent Beardsley was in Rwanda with General Dallaire during the genocide. Brent Beardsley affirmatively told me in a conversation during a break about the importance of women. In my years of military education, I received no education on any precedents of women, peace, and security. For example, not a word was spoken about 5-star General MacArthur's first demand for reform to the government of Japan at the start of post-World War II, the occupation the post-World War II occupation of Japan. Can you guess what his first demand for reform was? Did you guess the emancipation of women? To fulfill orders regarding peace, democracy, and demilitarization, he appears to have known what scholars like Dr. Valerie Hudson, decades later, have been able to discern via big data. The correlation between international insecurity and gender inequality. That is, if you want security, addressing gender inequality arguably must be your first demand. Yet, even as of 2021, I am unaware of any military education teaching General MacArthur's emancipation of women policy for peace, democracy, and security. Why? War colleges in the US are supposed to educate future leaders, and not only military, but civilian too. The most famous graduate of my college, the Inter-American Defense College, is Michelle Bachelet, or some say Michelle Bachelet, who went on to be Chile's defense minister, then president of Chile, then director of UN Women, and then again, president of Chile, and perhaps in the future, Secretary General of the UN. As a partial answer to the why question, is it because selection panels appear to limit the number of female students selected for War College? Do possible answers include, as I learned last year when reviewing civil-military relations syllabi, that there are indeed institutions such as my War College that completely exclude any female-authored materials? Is the reason because there are no female-authored materials? No. In my review, I found that the work of more than 175 female authors appear in civil-military relations syllabi and bibliographies. Is it because the overwhelmingly majority of individuals employed by war colleges as professors are men, not women, to include at least one institution that employs only men as research professors? Or is it because the professors are not educated in WPS? As some of you may know, the 2011 U.S. Women, Peace, and Security National Action Plan encouraged professional military education and training to institutionalize a gender-responsive approach. In a later military education setting, I raised the issue of Taliban 1.0 gender strategies that effectively eliminated 50% of a population. By commanding women to stay home, forbidding them to work, the Taliban also eliminated nearly 40% of civil servants in places like Kabul. Can you guess what my query was met with? My query of whether the Taliban's gender strategy created the vacuum they needed to rule, or whether the Taliban could have ruled absent such a gender strategy. Did you guess silence? And then the professors moving on without even addressing the question? Instead of tasking students, such as in one of my courses, with writing a paper addressing how to better prepare civilians for leadership in the management of security and defense, imagine if, instead, we were tasked with writing papers addressing how to fulfill our promise to the women of Afghanistan that we will not abandon them, or how to fulfill our women, peace, and security obligations. Do these failures degrade the mission of military education? To answer this, let us ask, would the CENTCOM commander, while he was a student at National War College in 1994, had he been educated about General MacArthur's emancipation of women policy, have demanded my silence? Or would he have welcomed creating a plan to not abandon the women of Afghanistan? Would other military and civilian leaders with responsibilities for Afghanistan, had they received this education, entered their posts with their own conceived initiatives to create a plan? Especially given that allegedly women's rights had been a top concern of both the Bush and the Obama administrations. Does it make logical sense to not plan for issues of top concern? Or do such leaders understand the connection between international insecurity and gender inequality, and wish to continue international insecurity for their own financial gain? One arena in which one finds retired high-ranking military members is as members of boards of directors at companies that supply militaries with military equipment. For example, after he retired, this CENTCOM commander went on to be on the board of directors at General Dynamics. In his first full year as a director, General Dynamics paid him almost $250,000, given his, quote, key attributes / skills / experience of insight into international government affairs and the global defense industry, whose skills make him well equipped to advise on strategic opportunities and risks associated with our aerospace and defense businesses. After a break during which he served as Secretary of Defense, he returned to that board, a board that announced in its 2021 proxy statement, quote, our backlog increased 3% to a record high $89.5 billion, with strong book-to-bill in each of the segments, driven by large awards, including $9.5 billion from the U.S. Navy, $4.3 billion for the U.S. Army, and $4.4 billion maximum potential value contract for a DoD program, leading to an increase in the General Dynamics dividend by 8% in 2020, marking the 23rd consecutive annual increase. Given the relationship between international insecurity and gender inequality, why, is ending gender inequality, not the top research and implementation priority for institutions engaging with international insecurity. Did this failure result in not even a plan developed to fulfill the promise to the women of Afghanistan? Did failing to plan not only affect Afghanistan, but also the power of the U.S. to shape our future world, rather than having it shaped by others? Now, permit me to turn to the second area I wish to explore with you today: representation in peace negotiations. Part of my background includes serving in Colombia in the mid-2000s, when I learned in 2012 that the Colombian government was excluding women from the peace negotiations with the FARC. I was shocked. I had worked with the Colombian High Commissioner for Peace when he was a Vice Minister of Defense. Yet, in a letter to me dated 24 June 2013, he wrote that for the Colombian government, UN Security Council Resolution 1325, quote, does not end with the appointment of a woman to the negotiation table. Some of you may know that 1325 urges increased representation of women at all decision-making levels and mechanisms for resolution of conflict. Just a few months after the letter from the Colombian High Commissioner for Peace, the UN Security Council adopted Resolution 2122, which calls on all parties to such peace talks to facilitate equal and full participation of women at decision-making levels. What you might not know is that for phase one, the pre-peace talk phase, the percentage of women on the government of Colombia's negotiation team was 40%, 2 women and 3 men. For the peace talks, phase two, the government of Colombia increased male representation to 6 and decreased female representation to 0. Colombia only re-included women a month after UN Security Council Resolution 2122, a year after talks during which the all-male Colombian government negotiators finalized agreements on land and political power, issues that started the conflict a half-century earlier. Is it any wonder that today the heralded women and gender provisions are among the least implemented provisions of the Colombian peace agreement? Is it any wonder that today Colombia is perceived by some Colombians to be more insecure than it was before the peace agreement? During the time the government of Colombia was excluding women from the negotiating table, I questioned this exclusion in a military education setting. The response from one of the high-ranking military male students was, "Women not important." The response from one of the male professors was that women were not needed at the table because men were capable of representing women. Assuming arguendo that men are capable of representing women while excluding women? Did the men in the recent negotiations regarding Afghanistan represent the interests of women and girls? Let us look at the 29 February 2020 U.S. Taliban agreement. The U.S. National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2020, dated December 20, 2019, only required, quote, meaningful inclusion of Afghan women in peace negotiations, not meaningful inclusion of U.S. women. Did the U.S. male negotiator fail to negotiate for language regarding women's and girls' rights? The language of the agreement creates that appearance. There is no mention of the rights of women and girls. On the too late side of failing to include language regarding the rights of women and girls, the 2021 U.S. National Defense Authorization Act requires the U.S. Secretary of State to provide, quote, no later than 120 days after the final reconciliation agreement is reached between the government of Afghanistan and the Taliban, a strategy to support the protection and promotion of basic human rights in Afghanistan, especially the human rights of women and girls. Question: did the male negotiated February 2020 agreement instead endanger lives to include the lives of men and boys? Now, how can it be that the U.S. excluded women as negotiators? You all know the research about the negative results for peace that happens when excluding women from peace tables. Any state that excludes women flunks Statecraft 101, flunks Peace 101. Is it because in reality, peace is not the end goal, as peace may dry up the profits that the military industry and financial institutions derive from war? Let us look again at Colombia. Remember the October 2013 UN Security Council Resolution 2122? It calls on all parties to such peace talks to facilitate the equal and full participation of women at decision-making levels. All parties includes third parties. One of those third parties was the US, a party with a permanent seat on the UN Security Council. In February 2015, the US issued a national security strategy stating the US, quote, will continue to lead the effort to ensure women serve as mediators of conflict and in peace-building efforts. Yet, US Secretary of State John Kerry, on 20 February 2015, failed to lead the effort to ensure women serve as mediators of conflict, failed to appoint a woman to serve as the special envoy to the Colombian FARC peace negotiations. Why? Was it because the US Secretary of State did not understand the consequences of excluding women? No, to the contrary. A year earlier, on 7 March 2014, US Secretary of State John Kerry asserted, quote, we cannot hope to break the cycle of war if women are not enlisted as equal partners in the work of peace. They must have a place at the peacekeeping tables and in the tough negotiations following deadly conflict, end quote. So what about other third-party states to the Colombian FARC peace talks? Norway, Cuba, Chile, and Venezuela. Third parties to peace agreements have international legal obligations to include resolutions issued by the UN Security Council. In addition, states have obligations to comply with their own domestic law. This is called rule of law. So, did the other third parties fulfill their obligations, or did they also exclude women? What about Norway? The Norwegian 2011-2013 Women, Peace, and Security Strategic Plan mandated there is to be an even gender balance among Norwegian participants in peace and reconciliation processes. Did Norway appoint women as its first and second representatives? No. What about Cuba? The Constitution of Cuba mandates equal rights for women and includes a guarantee from the state that women will be offered the same opportunities and possibilities as men. Did Cuba appoint women as its representative and as its two delegates? No. What about Venezuela? In 2011, Venezuela proclaimed it had the highest gender equality in Latin America. A March 2012 fact sheet from the Venezuelan embassy in the U.S. asserted, Venezuela has already achieved the UN Millennium Development Goal of promoting gender equality and empowering women. Did Venezuela appoint a woman as its delegate? No. And what about Chile? The Constitution of Chile states that women and men are equal before the law. Chile's UN Security Council Resolution 1325 National Action Plan of 2009, the first in the Western Hemisphere, was created and adopted during the first administration of then President Michelle Bachelet. It required the Foreign Ministry to develop a database of eventual female candidates to posts in international agencies, as well as to identify posts and candidates for offices within the international peace and security framework to include peace missions. It required research studies and call for pre-qualification to gain a deeper knowledge on gender, conflict, and post-conflict situations, as well as peace processes. The 2010 Defense White Paper of Chile, that is, their national security strategy, addressed and incorporated UN Security Council Resolution 1325 to include, quote, female nationals in decision-making on matters of peace and security in organizations at the relevant state, regional, and international levels. And in 2012, when Chile sent a representative to the Colombian peace negotiations, Michelle Bachelet was the director of UN Women. Did Chile appoint a woman as its representative? No. So how is it possible that all third parties, to include the US with a permanent seat on the Security Council and Norway with a seat on the Security Council in 2001, 2002, and 2021, 22, excluded women as their representative to the peace talks between the government of Colombia and the FARC? As you ponder that, let us now look at the parties to the 29 February 2020 agreement between the US and the Taliban. The law in the US in 2020 and today, the US Women, Peace and Security Act of 6 October 2017 states, the United States should be a global leader in promoting the meaningful participation of women in conflict resolution. And it should be the policy of the United States to promote the meaningful participation of women in all aspects of overseas conflict resolution. Now, why is this in the US law? Well, as the June 2019 US strategy on women, peace, and security states, research has shown that peace negotiations are more likely to succeed and result in lasting stability when women participate, and that inclusion of women in conflict resolution arguably saves lives and limits the devastating economic costs of war. Again, on 21 September 2018, less than 1 year after the passage of the US Women, Peace and Security Act, did the US appoint a woman to be the US Special Representative for Afghanistan reconciliation, leading to the US in February 2020 signing an agreement with the Taliban, quote, aimed at ending America's longest war? In addition to ignoring law, public policy, and research, by excluding women as US negotiators, did the US also forfeit moral authority in demanding, if they did, that the Taliban include women as negotiators? The June 2019 US strategy on women, peace, and security states the barriers to women's meaningful participation are numerous and include underrepresentation in political leadership, pervasive violence against women and girls, and persistent inequality in many societies. Do these barriers include the acts and omissions of the US government? Let us now look at the third parties to the February 2020 agreement between the US and the Taliban. The third parties were Uzbekistan, Indonesia, Qatar, Germany, and Norway, collectively known as the Quint. How many of these third parties appointed a woman to head their delegation as their special representative or envoy? Did you guess 0? How can this be? And did any of these men fight for the rights of women and girls? Then, at a parallel ceremony in Kabul, the US Defense Secretary and the Afghan president signed a joint statement committing the Afghan government to support the US Taliban agreement, with negotiation to begin in March 2020 in Norway. So let's look at the third parties for the Afghanistan Taliban talks. It appears that for the March 2021 meeting in Moscow, the third party states were Russia, China, Pakistan, and the US. How many of these third parties appointed a woman as their special representative or envoy? Did you guess 0? The sole entity with a woman as its special representative for Afghanistan, the UN. Its special representative for Afghanistan, Deborah Lyons. Yet, not really. The UN Secretary General appointed then Jean Arnault, not a woman, as his personal envoy on Afghanistan and regional issues a day before the Moscow meeting to, quote, work closely with Deborah Lyons. A UN Secretary General had previously appointed Arnault to head the UN verification mission to Colombia. To date, no UN Secretary General, to include the current Secretary General, has appointed a woman to head the UN verification mission to Colombia, despite the mission being one in which women lead 65% of the field office teams and comprise 58% of the professional level staff. Instead, UN male Secretary Generals limit the highest appointment of women to that of deputy. Thus, while the current male Secretary General on 6 March 2020 stated, "In the next 2 years, I will do everything in my power to make sure women are represented in all decision-making at the United Nations, including in peace processes," his commitment may be conditioned, as practiced by his male predecessors and by him, on ensuring that men are the de facto primary representatives, including for peace processes. So let us now go forward to the mid-August 2021 meetings. The third-party states include China, Germany, India, Norway, Pakistan, Qatar, Tajikistan, Turkey, Turkmenistan, the UK, the US, Uzbekistan, the EU, and the UN. Did any send women as their primary representative? Not the EU, as the EU Special Envoy for Afghanistan, or as the head of the EU delegation to Afghanistan. You tell me who China, Germany, India, Norway, Pakistan, Qatar, Tajikistan, Turkey, Turkmenistan, the UK, the US, and Uzbekistan sent and did not send. If the UN Secretary General's personal representative was working closely with the UN Special Representative Deborah Lyons, why does a photo of 10 August 2021 show him only with men? While the UN Secretary General's report of 2 September 2021 highlighted the failure of the Taliban delegation to include women, it ignored the failure of third parties to appoint women to head their delegations. Indeed, it appears that only for solidarity missions is the UN male leadership comfortable with men not being the de facto primary representatives. In July 2019, the Council was briefed following a solidarity mission to Afghanistan intended to draw attention to the situation in Afghanistan ahead of the elections and developments in the peace process, with a specific focus on the situation of women. Women led the mission. Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed, Under Secretary General for Political and Peace-Building Affairs, Rosemary DiCarlo, Executive Director of the UN Population Fund, Natalia Kanem, and Executive Director for UN Women, Phumzile Mlambo Nyuka. Remember the legal obligations of third parties? Let us look at a state that was both a third party to the Colombian FARC talks and the Afghanistan talks, Norway. Norway, in 2020, campaigning to become a member of the 2021-22 UN Security Council, stated it would focus on the inclusion of women, maintaining, quote, Norway has worked systematically over many years to promote women's participation in peace processes in which we are engaged. So, how many Norwegian women has Norway appointed as special envoy or representative to peace negotiations? You will not find an answer to that question in Norway's listing of Norway's engagement in peace processes since 1993. You will also not find an answer to that question in the Women, Peace, and Security Index. While titled Women, Peace, and Security, the index omits basic tenets to include participation in peace negotiations. Is that because, as acknowledged by the creators of the index, quote, without the generous funding of the government of Norway's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Women, Peace and Security Index would not have been possible? In the UN Security Council on 12 October 2021, 1 month ago today, Norway explicitly stated, quote, inclusion must not be about tallying who is or is not at the negotiating table. Is that because such tallying would highlight the refusal of states to include Norway to equally or primarily or only send women as first-line negotiators? Imagine if the index would make transparent basic data like which states, when parties to peace negotiations, to include as third parties, are sending or failing to send women as their primary negotiators. If the index did include such basic data, would Norway be number one with an almost perfect score of 0.922, up from a score of 0.879 in 2017, 2018? Or would Norway receive a failing grade? In February 2021, a year after the February 2020 women excluded U.S. agreement with the Taliban, the U.S. Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction issued a report titled Support for Gender Equality, Lessons from the U.S. Experience in Afghanistan. In examining U.S. efforts, quote, since 2002 to support Afghan women and girls and advance gender equality, it poses the, quote, core question of how to support Afghan women and girls, a question asserted by the Special Inspector General as, quote, vitally important in the context of peace negotiations between the Afghan government and the Taliban. So why does the report appear to neither identify nor address issues I raised today? As, quote, experts work to parse what happened in Afghanistan in 2021, I am struck by the words of a U.S. female political military advisor who served in East Afghanistan in 2015, 2016, who on 5 September 2021 published these words, quote, we wrongfully assumed the majority of the Afghan army, representatives of the Afghan people, was as opposed to the Taliban as we in the West, and especially that a predominantly male army would suddenly fight for the freedoms of Afghan women. Question, would and will the predominantly male U.S. military, given its history and ongoing discrimination against, violence against, and silencing of women, ever even fight for instead of against U.S. military women? As stated by Emma Moore in 2020, former Secretary of Defense Jim Mattis's comment in 2018 that the jury's still out on women in combat was a signal to detractors in ranks that their opposition was valid, and that it showed a lack of commitment by senior leadership to stand by that decision and facilitate greater female representation. As I conclude, permit me to leave you with 2 last questions. In September 2021, Bing West, a former U.S. Assistant Secretary of Defense, argued that the U.S. had a moral obligation to the women and girls of Afghanistan. He also appeared to argue that the U.S. State Department and the U.S. President had the responsibility to create a plan to not abandon the women of Afghanistan. Why then does it appear the U.S. failed to create even a plan not to abandon the women of Afghanistan? And just 8 days ago, U.S. female senators on 4 November 2021 demanded that there be an interagency plan developed. I thank you, and I look forward to getting beyond the silence.
Cornelia, you're a woman after my own heart. I hope that you're planning to
Well, you're a
publish
military
this.
woman too, aren't you, ma'am?
That's true. I, frankly, from the bottom of my heart, I hope you are writing this up, footnoting it, and that you're going to send it in to be published somewhere where all of
Yes,
this
ma'am.
can be documented, because clearly
Yes, ma'am.
it needs to be. What you've done here is, I think, tremendous service to all of us who care about WPS, and pointing out where the batons were dropped. And they were absolutely dropped, and it was not inadvertent. It appears to have been purposeful. So I guess, I mean, we've got some good questions from the audience that I want to get to, but I guess my leading question for you, and maybe it's unanswerable, Cornelia, but how is it possible to even consider women, peace, and security in the US government as not being a total joke after everything that you've just said? How is it possible that the people who were tasked with ensuring that our commitments under 1325 and under our own US National Action Plan and under the WPS Act of 2017 actually in real life didn't care at all? And what does this bode for the future of women, peace, and security as done by the US government? We'll leave the Norwegians to one side. I hope there's somebody from Norway on the webinar who can speak to what seems like egregious hypocrisy. But let's focus on the US for a moment before we get to the questions by the audience.
Right. So obviously I cannot go into the minds of others, but I think in terms of your question for the future, I do ask that you look at the current DoD implementation policy and see whether what was in the 2011 and the subsequent Women, Peace, and Security National Action Plan about education, see if that somehow has disappeared in the DoD implementation policy. And if so, what does that say for our future?
So that is the key to the future. So that's a very important part, right? Is whether the current implementation plan includes that or not. We have a question from the audience. What is your opinion about the advances in integrating women, peace, and security principles into strategic frameworks, military training, and other areas as published in the US government's WPS report to Congress that came out this summer? I don't know if you've taken a look at that or not.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I have looked at that, and what I'll do is I'll simply echo what you've raised already. A lot of box ticking. I think that the people are well intentioned, but we need to get and we need to have very serious education that happens and very serious research that happens. So, for example, why are there no research professor slots allocated to WPS? Research professors.
That's a very good point. And I suppose, in a sense, we could come up with a more fine-grained idea of what to look for, as you're suggesting here, in terms of whether we're putting effort where it would really count. And education is one of those efforts. Research would be one of those efforts as well. So I think that's an excellent point for the future. We have another question from the audience as well. The Women, Peace and Security Act of 2017 directs the Department of State and other national security agencies to develop implementation plans in order to make progress. But there are notable differences between how DoD, state, and USAID conduct their work. So what's your opinion of the quality of interagency cooperation in implementing women, peace, and security in the US government?
Right. So frankly, I'm not really quite sure if we should even be using the word implementation. Maybe implementation light, but I think that word needs to be questioned. And if I believe, if memory serves, those reports only go to 2025.
Sorry, yes, I think that's right. Yeah. Yes, so it's, I would be interested in at some point seeing if there were, if some of the differences between state, USAID and DoD might be useful in examining as we try to, you know, move WPS from implementation light to sincere implementation. What do you suppose that the solution is for what I'm calling your CENTCOM commander problem? Is it education? And if it is education, how do you get education in a system where you've got CENTCOM commanders like that? That is, it's almost a chicken and an egg problem. How do you get people in the top spots that actually care about WPS and don't think of it as kind of a funny joke or some sort of politically correct nonsense that you can just ignore, except when you're having to make a formal speech, and then you have to at least mention it.
Right. Yeah. So from my perspective, that was an interaction with one 4-star. Okay. As being West remarked, there were at least 60 generals in Afghanistan. What did they do? What did they think? I have been urging since 2011 for gender broad to be included in military education. At present, it is included, but only in electives. Well, that doesn't go very far if you can opt out of being educated on that. And also I think, and again, understanding that you can simply use words like John Kerry and then ignore them, right? Which possibly many others would do, but it would seem to me that this should also be part of confirmation hearings. Imagine if every single person who had to go to be confirmed would be asked these questions, just like confirming people who might be or might not be justices on the Supreme Court. You're dealing with lives here, and Dr. Hudson, you're the expert on your research, and certainly you can address this better than I can. But if this is the top concern, if this is what makes the difference, shouldn't this be the top concern of every military member, not to mention every diplomatic individual who makes those decisions as to who goes on teams and who does not, and who heads teams and who does not?
That's terrific. Thank you for your strong statements here. And I'm really going to be watching to see your work come out. Please let us all know about that.
Yes, ma'am.
We're going to take a short break now, and we'll We'll start up again at 1:35, and Dr. Ayaan Hirsi Ali will be addressing us at that time, and we'll have a good and lively Q&A. She has graciously allocated most of her time to Q&A, and so we want you to send those questions in. Thank you so much, Colonel Weiss. Really appreciate everything that you sent.
Thank you.
Back, everyone. I hope you have your questions ready, because I'm pleased to introduce our midday keynote speaker, Ms. Ayaan Hirsi Ali of the Hoover Institution, and Dr. Hudson will be moderating the discussion. Ayaan Hirsi Ali is a research fellow at the Hoover Institution, Stanford University, founder of the AHA Foundation, and a host of the Ayaan Hirsi Ali podcast. She served as a member of the Dutch Parliament from 2003 to 2006. While in Parliament, she focused on furthering the integration of non-Western immigrants into Dutch society and on defending the rights of Muslim women. She has written several books, including Infidel, Nomad, From Islam to America, A Personal Journey Through the Clash of Civilizations, Heretic, Why Islam Needs a Reformation Now, and The Challenge of Dawah. Her new book, Pray, Immigration, Islam, and the Erosion of Women's Rights, was published by HarperCollins in 2021. Prior to joining the Hoover Institution, she was a fellow at the Belfer Center's Future of Diplomacy project at Harvard University, and a resident fellow at the American Enterprise Institute in Washington, D.C. She received her master's degree in political science from Leiden University in the Netherlands. We will now hear from Ms. Ayaan Hirsi Ali.
Lida, thank you very, very much for that introduction and those kind words. Absolutely delighted to be with Dr. Valerie Hudson and to be participating in this event at the Bush Center. I'm going to share with you two pieces of work, of writings. One is an op-ed piece that was published in the Wall Street Journal yesterday. It's a piece that's written by Amina Mohammed, who is the Deputy Secretary General to the United Nations, together with Lana Zaki Nusaibe. And Lana is, I think, the permanent secretary from the UAE to the United Nations. What both these women do in this op-ed piece in the Wall Street Journal yesterday is to make a case, and I think it's a very strong and compelling case to give girls access to education. They're calling on the world to make it non-negotiable that girls go to school, that every girl has an access to a classroom, meaning non-negotiable, like don't negotiate with the Taliban about this. They're saying that aid to Afghanistan or to the Taliban should be made conditional on whether girls in Afghanistan have access to education or not. I can only say I wholeheartedly agree with them. As they make this case, they also say it is un-Islamic to deny girls education. So they're saying that you need to make it's not a contradiction to be a Muslim and actually to be a true believing, pious Muslim and to understand the message of Islam is to grant girls and women education. That's what they're saying. And again, I can't tell you how much I agree and how compelling I find the case. Access to education, as they write in the piece, for girls means that any society that grants girls and women education, such a society will be economically prosperous and peaceful. Now, I want to share with you another piece of writing. And in this, my goal is to try and understand the ideology and therefore the goals of the Taliban Because if we don't understand who they are and what drives them, then I don't think that they will listen to Amina Mohammed and Lana Zaki, let alone me. I don't think they're going to listen to any Westerner. And for us to get past that point of, gosh, who are the Taliban? What is it that they want? Then we need to delve into their ideology. And here is an amazing compilation. It's called The Taliban Reader. And what these two people have done, Alex Strick van Linschoten and Felix Cohen, what they've done is they've gathered everything that they could, that the Taliban have written about themselves, their goals, their ideas, their ideology, everything. And in there, I find a page. It's a poem. It's written by a man called Abdul Ahmad Muhammad Yar. He wrote this on the 21st of June, 1995. And I want to read this piece to you because it captures, in my view, precisely what the Taliban are all about, what they want, what their goals are. And I ask you as I read to pay attention, if nothing else, to their determination and their commitment to these goals. Abdul Ahmad Muhammad Yar writes, a Talib does not want anything. He has no other goals. All he wants is the honor of Islam. He wants his faith to be respected and to be practiced. He loves Islam. He loves his faith, and he is completely addicted to it and will do anything for it. For him, it's like an addiction. He's so used to it now that he isn't concerned with anything else in this world. This is the army of Islam. It's a pious army and is fighting for a greater cause. It's made up of great men. Each of them is like a mountain. Each of them is an example of courage and bravery. This army is ready to sacrifice anything for this great cause. It doesn't worry about life and death, but it has a goal. The goal is to put an end to tyranny and oppression in this land, meaning Afghanistan. This goal is to free the oppressed and help the helpless. This army has come out to fight the tyrants of the time, and they're committed to crush him and destroy his rule. So at the time, the tyrants he is talking about are the Soviet Union. They have made their decision. They will crush the enemy in a shameful defeat and kill it once and for all so that it never dares to return. This whole army is a wonderful example of this spirit of sacrifice. They have given their all and will not stop from doing so again. And this goes on and on. They have a great ambition, the ambition to rebuild their beautiful country once again and live in it peacefully. The nations and the tribes living in this land are all happy about this wonderful new time. They're happy about the emergence of the Islamic movement of the Taliban and are looking forward to supporting and joining it. Now it's time to free all the helpless people from the claws of the tyrant rulers of this time. Their tyranny and their oppression must end now. The nation has suffered a lot and cannot bear it anymore. All these great men have been brought up in the cradle of courage. They are men with great courage and strong hearts. These great men have been taught the lesson of bravery and championship. They have not forgotten the lesson one bit. The Islamic movement of the Taliban is a movement with a great ideology behind it. It has emerged for a great purpose. It will eventually succeed in eliminating all the enemies of the faith and will protect their faith from any kind of aggression. The Islamic movement of the Taliban is not about any race or ethnicity or tribe. For this movement, it doesn't matter whether someone is a Tajik or a Pashtun. These things are meaningless for the Islamic movement of the Taliban. It considers all the people living in this country as one and equal. There is no division or difference. The Islamic movement of the Taliban wants to bring all these tribes and all these ethnicities together under one single flag and under one single banner. It wants to encourage and develop their spirit of unity and the spirit of brotherhood among the different tribes and ethnicities in this country. Oh, people, listen to me. Now is the time when these long, dark nights will finally come to an end. These dark nights will be turned into bright light once again. This will happen. It will happen because the Islamic movement of the Taliban has emerged and is fighting for this very purpose. This pious movement has a new message for the people of this country. It's the message of a new, peaceful, and prosperous life for everyone who lives here. The people clearly want to live in such an environment of peace and prosperity. All the people of this country love the forces of the Islamic movement of the Taliban and have accepted them. They consider them as their own and support, in this pious case, the cause of faith and the welfare of the people. Mohammed Yah, the author of this poem, is extremely happy about the emergence of the Islamic movement of the Taliban in his beautiful land. But at the same time, he also wants the rest of the people in this land to love and respect this great movement of faith. This, to me, in a nutshell, this is from 1995. It describes the Taliban, their goal, their mission. The number of times the word courage is repeated and bravery is, I would say, just as compelling as the case that the two women make in the Wall Street Journal article. Have you noticed that in this, not a single time is woman mentioned, or girls, or access to education? That's who we're up against. And here is, and I really feel sad. I feel awful to share this with you. But here is one thing that I find stood out to me from the Taliban text and also from the Wall Street Journal op-ed piece, that both of these groups of people are saying, this is what Islam is. This is what my faith tells me to do. Now, and then I think we should open it up for questions. It is whose perception of Islam is going to prevail? That's the question of the moment. Is it Amina and Lana's perception of Islam that's going to prevail? Islam as a tool to give girls access to education? Or is it Islam as a tool to deny girls access to education? I open it up for questions now.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate those introductory remarks, and I think it frames the issue of the hour, which is it's not just about the response of the US or what the US did wrong, but I think it's a broader issue of what version of Islam is going to predominate. A question that my student Lida has been mentioning is one that I'm going to raise to you, which is that how come the top clerics of the Islamic schools around the world, Al-Azhar University in Egypt, the Iranians, for goodness sake, and others, why have they not stood up and admonished the Taliban for not allowing girls to have education? Because in every other Islamic country in the world, women are allowed to have education. Indeed, in some of the Gulf states, women's rates of graduation from the university are higher than men's graduation rates from the university. Why do we not see the Islamic world rise up and condemn on theological grounds what the Taliban is doing?
So this is my answer to Lida. And Lida, I want to say to you that I really respect your commitment to your faith. I was raised a Muslim, And when it's my father who insisted that I go to school and that I stay in school. And when he and my mother had a fallout, I was just about to get into puberty, get my periods. And my mother said, well, that's when she should stop going to school, because sending her to school means there's a risk of her bringing shame upon the family. My father made an argument, and his argument, he said, was rooted in his faith in Islam. And he said, as a Muslim man, to my mother, I'm your overlord, I'm your guardian, and I'm the guardian of my daughters. And I'm using my power that Islam gives me as a tool to say, well, my daughters will go to school and they will stay in school and be educated. And if they bring shame upon me, then I will take that risk. And he quoted from the Quran, and he quoted from the Sunnah and the Hadith. And that was his version, his understanding of Islam. Unfortunately, the clerics that we're talking about, the clerical leadership of a country like Iran or Saudi Arabia, the Sunnis and the Shia, all the countries, the clerical leadership of the day, they understand their faith to be consistent with the text of the Taliban that I just read to you from. And as long as that version and that view prevails, we're not going to see women go forward. Girls will not be allowed into school because of that clerical vision. And they quote from the Quran, and they quote from the Sunnah, and they use their leadership, their guardianship, that they say God has vested his power in them to deny girls education. And I don't know if in order to go forward, if you have to fight within the faith or do what I have done, which is, my life is too short for these theological arguments. I'm just going to step out of the faith and educate myself. And by doing so, I have brought shame upon my family and upon my father. But as he said, that's the risk he took.
Beautifully said and beautifully expressed. I sometimes wish that men of God in the Islamic tradition would be more like your father and say, God has invested me with this power. I am going to use this power on behalf of women. If that were to happen, not just in Islam, but in all religions of the world, what a different world we would live in. What a different world we would live in.
Dr. Hudson, I want to say to that, there are so many millions of men, Muslim men in Muslim households, who do exactly that, who do take that and say, you know, she is my daughter, my wife, my girlfriend, my cousin, my sister, and I am going to take this responsibility to educate them. The men of Iran do that, and they do that, and they defy the clerical leadership. So maybe we will see it. It's happening, it's done. I just don't know whose theological vision is going to prevail. And I don't know if we should have the discussion within theology. Maybe we should. I don't know.
You may be right. One of the interesting things that I dug up in preparation for today is that when the Taliban leadership were headquartered in Doha, right, they actually sent all their women to school.
Yeah. Right.
So I'd be interested to know what kind of conversations were going on in those households, right?
Right. Yeah.
All right. Well, we have a question from one of the audience members here. You were once a well-known Dutch politician and one of the loudest voices against political Islam and fundamentalism. Oh, this is an interesting question. What would you say to all those who did not listen to you at the time and are now indignant about a fundamentalist regime that has regained power in Afghanistan, threatening the freedoms of millions of people, especially women?
Well, I will say to them, I have been humbled, and the humility comes from, people like Lida, who just introduced me, who say there's Lida's way of believing and believing in God and honoring the tradition of Islam. And then there is the way the Taliban approach it. Very fanatical activism was and is against Islam as it's practiced by the Taliban. And to this day, I say, if like President Joe Biden, you say, I'm going to negotiate with them or talk to them, or I find myself losing patience with that approach. And I do have a little bit of I told you so mentality when we say, let's go and talk to the Taliban. They don't want to talk to you. There's only one way of talking to the Taliban, and that is to do exactly what the two women in the Wall Street Journal say, make things non-negotiable. And then you do it through a process of strength. You overpower them. But that should not be confused. And I'm the first one to say to the person who posed this question, that should not be confused with the way Muslims and Muslim people practice their faith and understand it. And in that sense, I have taken that step back and say, my activism is not targeting Muslims, Muslim men, Muslim women. It's targeting that type of understanding of Islam, like the Taliban. I don't think there is negotiating with the Taliban.
All right, so I'm going to raise the issue that was raised a little earlier in the symposium, and I'm calling it the North Korean conundrum.
Yeah.
As you know, the North Korean regime is awful.
Yeah.
Doesn't single out women for awfulness, but a lot of awful things happen to women. And they, of course, repeatedly have famine after famine after famine.
Yeah.
And so the conundrum that the international community has found itself in is that it can either feed these people and thereby strengthen the regime.
Yeah.
Or it can refuse to feed these people and have the regime blame them for blood on their hands. And so a persistent question that has occurred over time in the symposium to this point has been, I mean, the famine's coming, it's coming this winter, all right? It's gonna be mass starvation.
Yeah.
How do you give food to avert the death of millions while trying to do non-negotiable things with the Taliban, all right, even concerning women? What would your response be? Because most people have said, well, you got to separate the two, which is fine, but then what is it that you're doing about women? I mean, it seems to me you're strengthening the regime and then just saying, and we'd like you to do something about women. And I don't know where that gets you. So could you address?
Well, since let me stay within the theological framework and say, in any religion, in any faith of any kind, there is a recognition between evil and good. What is moral, what is good, what is right, and then what is evil. And I would say good and moral and the opposite of evil, as we define it in America, if you recognize that distinction, you would say, let's mobilize our allies. Let's prevent this evil regime from acting out its fantasies of now mass starvation. We've seen it in the past, we've done it in the past. Let's mobilize all our allies and stop it. Sitting down with the president of North Korea, to me, is like sitting down with the Taliban and saying, can you come round to our way of defining good? They will not. And history has shown us throughout that the only way to defy evil and to defeat it is to mobilize against it with strength. It is not to pretend that we can sit together and we're just gonna talk his evil little head, Kim Jong-un's head, into seeing things the way we do. It's just not how it works. This isn't great wisdom. This is the human experience. Unfortunately, we now live in a time in America when the prevailing notion is, we do good and we define good the way we do it, and the others will just follow by example. And I think it's a noble approach, but I think it's also romantic and fanciful, and it's only going to embolden North Korea's regime, the Communist Party of China, the Taliban, ISIS, all of these evil outfits with their evil ideas, whether they're rooted in faith or whether they're rooted in something else, they're going to feel emboldened because we come across to them as weak.
Yeah, I agree with you. At least in my own life experience, it's very difficult to negotiate with evil. In fact, even agreeing to negotiate with evil puts you on their playing field. And so in a sense, I can definitely resonate with that. The issue is who then becomes the collateral damage, right? Does the Taliban leadership suffer at all? Some Afghan women say that the attitude of the Taliban leadership is, so a few million die. That'll make the country easier to rule, right? And we'll make sure that it's those who don't like our rule the most or are willing to stand up against the rule, we'll make sure that they die first. So when you're facing a regime that just doesn't even care if its people live or die for the most part, how do you defy the evil of such a regime, given that, let's face it, no one's contemplating a international coalition to invade and occupy Afghanistan. That ship went. So how do you defy them without causing immense damage to the normal people of Afghanistan?
We did it in 2001, and we did it because the evil came home. They came and knocked our twin towers. That was what was to them symbolic of our economic power. And they were on their way to the White House, and they knocked off a wing of our military, the Pentagon. And when that happened, that's when we mobilized against it. And I think what makes the United States different from other powers is we not only mobilized against the evil of 2001, which was the Taliban combined with Al-Qaeda, but when we went and killed them, there was a lot of collateral damage, and we invaded. We didn't just punish the enemy and flatten the place and get out. We said, we're going to go in and we're going to try and civilize this nation. We're going to try and help them educate their girls, build the institutions of government, the institutions of education, and so on. And we weren't great at it. But as these two women write in the Wall Street Journal, just between 2001, from the time that the United States occupied Afghanistan to this day, over 2 million Afghani girls were educated. And life seemed to have some hope. It came out of that cycle of constant violence and constant misogyny. And then we gave in to this wonderful ideology that we have this day of let's just withdraw, and very suddenly we never see things through. We forget so fast. And I think the only thing that's going to happen again is that when this evil comes to our soil, that's when we're going to start mobilizing again. And think about the collateral damage. Think about that.
There'll be collateral damage here, won't there?
There'll be collateral damage here, there'll be collateral damage there. We can, like we just talked about North Korea, if we can stop mass starvation from happening, we know it is going to cost something. It's going to cost blood and treasure. But then we know what we're fighting for and what we're fighting against. And like the text I read to you from here, these people have conviction, they have determination. They are calling upon, they're taking little boys and transforming them into the army of Islam and so on. And I think if you don't meet them with equal conviction and equal determination, you can't stop them. They view us as weak.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Here's another question from Lida for you. Is it just to see Islam from the perspective of the Taliban and give them the credibility to even call themselves Muslims, when much of what they've done is strictly against the teachings of Islam?
You know what, I want to, Lida, it's exactly the point that I started with. In 2001, I said, look, when I read the Quran, when I read the Hadith, when I look at the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, from the time that he established himself in Medina, this is in the 7th century, I think what the Taliban are saying is consistent with a lot of what was done in the name of Islam and by the founder of Islam. But I also know, Lida, like people like you interpret the faith in a radically different way, just like my father did. And like so many men do who educate their daughters in the name of Islam. They see it differently. I see that. I think having this within the theological framework of this is God's intention, well, then why did he say that in the Quran if it's his intention? And if the prophet was this wonderful man to women, why did he do all of these things? I find myself just getting in this cycle of how are we going to get out of this? How do we break out of this? And I think, Lida, the answer lies in what the Christians have done, which is let's separate religion from politics. If we do that, we can have political negotiations, we can move forward, you can be the Muslim you want and defy the Islam as the Taliban practice it, but we need that separation of religion from the profane, from politics. And that's not yet, it's not with us at the moment.
Well said. Well said. I have another question here. Could the rise of the new digital technologies that have transformed our lives in the 21st century, could that undercut, erode the power of the Taliban? Could it augment the capability of Afghan women to resist? What do you think about the possibilities of technology as a possibility of leverage and capability in the 21st century?
I think it's both. Technology, like fire, you can use it for good and you can use it for evil. And we've seen it again over and over again. Nuclear technology, information technology, AI is coming up. The people who really have a true understanding of where that could take us, like Eric Schmidt, they tell me a frightening story. So you could use it, and it has happened. I mean, when I was growing up, we didn't have YouTube and we didn't have any form of technology. I mean, I used to sneak to the library. I would get books, I would hold the Quran so that my mother would think I was reading the Quran, and I would put the books that I was reading, the Nancy Drews and the novels, in the book. And now I'm following what's going on in Afghanistan, and women are logging onto YouTube and they're getting themselves educated. And there are all sorts of different apps and you have it all in your hand, in your palm. So technology can be used for so many different things. And I think its net value, especially for women, it can be leveraged, and I think it augments, and I think it's a good thing. But I also shudder to think when you give so much money and so much power to an outfit like the Taliban, what they can also do with it. I mean, think about biological terror, think about all the ways that they can use technology to subjugate. The Communist Party of China is doing just that.
Yes, and my understanding now is that the Taliban is, now, I don't know very much about Islam, but that the Taliban is imposing zakat and taking from communities that which is meant to help the poor. And they are doing this obviously to fund their own fighters.
Yes, and the Taliban do things. For instance, they will say it is they're perfect and pious Muslims, and so yes, they are zakat. It's the way they tax the population, and zakat charity. The way they understand it is only if you pay it to them, right? But the way they express and the way they understand their faith is that even things that are forbidden in Islam, like drugs, intoxication, the Taliban will exploit the heroin and the drug trade, knowing that it is explicitly forbidden in Islam. But if you're doing it for a good cause, the cause they believe in, then they will intellectually twist things in a way that always gives them more power. And again, I can't say enough that really the way forward for the 1.5, 1.7 billion Muslims in the world, the way to move forward is to separate religion from politics.
That's a really interesting perspective. I'm wondering too, when we speak of the West, you've talked about the word weak, and I think there's a lot of justification in you using that adjective. What is it about Western civilization that has undermined its ability to defy the evil within itself, as well as evil in other places? How would you analyze that from your interesting point of view as having been born in Somalia, spent a good amount of time in Europe, now in the U.S.? I mean, you're in the perfect vantage point to tell us whence this weakness and what can be done about it.
It's in one word, it's affluence. And the downside of affluence is when you get used to peace and prosperity and emancipation and tolerance and all these wonderful things, when you get used to them, you forget how they came about. You forget that these are things that you actually have to defend with force and with vigilance. And I think because we've become so forgetful, the only way I can define it is when we go back, when you don't have things, you don't have freedom, you don't have institutions. That is, I think, when you wake up to the reality of the existence of good and evil. That is just how we are. This is how human beings are. People in Minneapolis, one day they're running around saying, let's abolish the police. But then the other day, now they know what it is like to have no police precincts. They know what crime is. They know what life and death is. They know what's to have their property taken away from. So now they've voted for the police. And I think it's terrible, but that is the only way human beings learn is what you have. I remember Dr. Valerie, I would say it's like, you look at these wealthy, super wealthy, in my view, families in the United States of America. And the first generation, they're the ones who come up with the idea, and they're the ones who work really, really hard, the pioneers. And then they leave a legacy. And the second generation sometimes expand it and take it and build it and run away with it. But sooner or later, a generation comes that just, just gives it away, is too decadent and too affluent, and they lose. And I think in the West, we really have to be very careful where we want to take this civilization.
I agree with you on many levels. I have a couple of good questions here from the audience. Let me offer you these. The West has a worldview that values truth and justice. The Islamic world has a worldview of shame and honor. How do we in the West frame our posture of human rights as the ultimate honor, the value of women as essentially honorable, and that there would be no shame in promoting that? Is that's an interesting possibility? What do you think about that?
I would reframe it and say, you know what, Muslims also value more than anyone else I know, actually, the ideal of justice and the ideal of freedom, mainly just for men. But these are universal ideals, and they're universal needs, almost. That's how you'd say. What makes the West different is that Western countries, through a lot of pain and war and bloodshed, have achieved a modicum of conflict resolution where you can have societies actually thrive. That is appealing, and I'll tell you how appealing it is. You look at the Muslim countries in the world and you ask their populations, where would they emigrate to? Where would they want to live? And the first country is America and other European countries, right? And so people are voting with their feet, where the West is weak now in propagating these ideas. So obviously we export the technology, we export all the material stuff, we export the weapons, we just are so bad at exporting our ideas and our principles.
Is that because we've stopped believing in them? Oh,
many of us have, yeah. Many of us have stopped believing in them. I mean, I look at our administration. I look at also some of the governments in Europe, and I think it doesn't come across as if they actually believe in these principles.
You know, when I was growing up, the idea of free speech was something that set apart America from all other nations. And just within the last 10 years, I've seen a generation of Americans say, free speech? You know, we can't have free speech because there will be offensive speech or there will be hate speech. And so, we're not basing Americanness on free speech anymore. And that's really shocking to someone of my generation to hear that something that we had felt so strongly about throughout the entire Cold War that set us apart, right, from countries that were behind the Iron Curtain is something that a new generation could just say, well, let's just toss that out.
I hear you loud and clear, and it's become so ridiculous. I mean, in 2006, there were cartoons drawn in Denmark. This was 2005, actually, but in 2006, they became so controversial. And I remember the Prime Minister of Denmark explaining to the representatives of, I think, something like 11 Muslim countries, that he, as the Prime Minister, had no power to shut down the press. And they just could not believe it. They didn't understand it. And there he sat patiently, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, sat patiently explaining to them, that's not how it works here. And I think what those countries and their representatives did is, we're going to show you how it works. Free speech is the most dangerous tool you can ever give to human beings. And we're going to stop it, not in our way, they've stopped in their own countries. But they made it their job now to defy it within the West. And in 2006, I remember thinking, good luck to that. You're not going to get anywhere with it. And now I look at our countries and I think, oh my gosh, that's what you can achieve with determination. And these people were determined to shut down the tool of free speech, the free press, satire, and we're helping them along.
Yeah, I hear you. Gosh, yes. Let me take another question from the audience here. The U.S. trained and funded the Afghan military to stand against the Taliban for 20 years. Are there non-military reasons why you think the Taliban was able to take the country so swiftly, so easily? What was the appeal of the Taliban, or was there, in your view, any appeal of the Taliban?
It is ideological conviction. I've just read that piece to you, what the Taliban did. I read that piece to you from June of 1995. They never stopped believing in their goal and in their mission. And they don't do it only militarily. They preach, they take young people and fill their heads with the mission of the Taliban. They're determined, they know what they want. We in the United States, the American government, you know, today you have this president, next time you have a different president. We come across as, you know, on a military level, we'll impose our will on you, but even that, we're really not determined. We don't have the same kind of conviction that they have. And I think in America, to give us a break though, by the way, we did by educating the women, by trying to build these institutions again, but we tried. Afghanistan, July of this year was a better place than it was in 2001 before we went in there. And today it is a worse place and will be a worse place because we're not there. And it's not only our military power. I wish we had just stayed a little bit longer and enforced our principles. And the Taliban have conviction and we don't.
Yeah, the Taliban have conviction and we don't.
We don't.
And they have staying power and we don't.
Yeah.
So I'm going to raise a question that you've touched upon.
Yeah.
But I'm going to ask it to you straightforwardly because I think it was asked of every single one of our speakers so far. Should the U.S. have invested so much in empowering women in Afghanistan if all the effort was swept away in an instant by the Taliban? How would you respond to that?
Yeah, I would say President Bush would not have left Afghanistan the way we just did. He's responsible for going in there and he was responsible for that staying power. We'll have an election and then we'll have someone come across and say, oh, you know what, that whole Afghan, too far away, that country, we've been there for too long. Let's get out and we're just going to do it the way we did it. So again, I think I'll keep going back to, I don't think we should invade every country in the world. I don't think we can stop every evil from taking place. But if we go on a mission, if we embark on a project, let's finish it. That was to me one of the things about the West. My husband constantly tells me, finish a job. Get your project done. Don't procrastinate. And I think right now in America, given our leadership, I don't know if I would advise on embarking on any projects right now. It is.
In fact, I would feel pretty nervous if I were the resident of several countries right now, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'd be like, now they'll come and then what? They'll give us all this hope, which they've given to the women of Afghanistan, and really also the men of Afghanistan, but the women and the girls of Afghanistan. And we gave them for 20 years and then boom, we're gone.
That's right. In fact, you know, from my point of view, I'm writing a book proposal about how you know, a feminist perspective on security studies can change some of the things that we do and the things that we think about and the things that we prepare. Certainly, I'm reminded of that wonderful saying. I'm sure you've seen it. If it had been three wise women, they would have brought casseroles, they would have brought, you know, blankets for the baby, they would have cleaned up the barn, and, you know, there would be peace on earth. Yeah. And I think to myself, if women had been, you know, in charge of the withdrawal of American troops from Afghanistan, would we have seen such a disregard for civilian life? You know, if the principles of women, peace and security and the participation of women in planning this kind of major security operation had been in place, you know, would we have seen this? Men are very good at coming in and fighting, and then they're very good at leaving. but they leave a mess behind, would a more feminist perspective on what is needed to prepare even for giving up Bagram airfield or whatever, would that have made a difference in what we've done? Surely even those who are not unhappy at all that we left Afghanistan are still pretty shamefaced at the manner in which it was done.
Yeah.
And what kind of callous disregard for the safety of the people left behind, was shown in that episode. And I really do think it has tarnished. I don't know if it can be more tarnished, but it certainly has not, provided confidence in the competence of the United States to do the right thing. I've got another good question from our audience here. Oh, good. This is from Meredith. Hi, Meredith. Meredith Reed Sarkis, who has looked a lot at some of these issues, wants to ask you the question, is the only way to respond to evil with force? Or is there some other approach that we should be looking at?
The only way to respond to evil in a convincing way is if you're stronger. It's through strength. It's through power. If the evil is more powerful than you are, it doesn't matter how good you are, you can't stop it. It will stop you. So having power, having military power, being as a moral country, if the United States is the military power, the superpower in the world, I think that's a good thing. If we actually act like a superpower and say, we're not going to tolerate this, we're going to mobilize all our allies and we will use the means that we have to stop what we see as evil. 10 million people that are being subjugated and put in internments, the women are forcibly sterilized, that kind of genocidal evil. The intent of this president of North Korea to starve, mass starve all the people of North, these are things we can stop through strength. It doesn't have to be always military, but it is good. It is better to be more powerful than the other power. On the feminism thing, I wanted to say this decision was taken with Kamala Harris as the vice president. In Germany, Angela Merkel was the chancellor when she allowed this kind of crazy, unthought through immigration that has subjected a lot of women to a great deal of pain. I'm not confident that it's always that you have to have a woman in the room or the woman holding the reins of power to get things through, but there is a certain kind of feminism. Your feminism, Dr. Hudson, Christina Hofsummer's, Mrs. Bush, Mrs. Laura Bush's feminism, where you say we have to have women at the table, women educated, women thinking along and thinking through some of these things. That kind of feminism is key, and it's that kind of feminism that is now under threat, not only from the Taliban, but also inside our own country and inside the West. We aren't even allowed to be called women these days. We are people who menstruate. We're being sort of erased out of the English language. Chest feeding and all that nonsense. Our State Department is proselytizing gender fluidity. How is it going to ever be taken seriously when it comes to defending the rights of women? So there is this anti-feminist, anti-women, anti-woman force outside and also on the inside, coming from within our own universities.
Yeah, I think you've got something there. And I think it does tend to undermine a strong position on women's rights when you're not even sure what a woman is. I think that's a very fair point. Let me lob you this question that just came up that I think is very interesting. If men ultimately are much more prepared and capable of using violence to attain their desires, whether personally or politically, what recourses really are left for women to make real progress in gaining an equal share of power? That's a very interesting question. How would you address that?
Well, it was addressed by de Tocqueville. The American woman, he said, civilizes the male. We have to civilize our boys and our men. It's the only way forward, I think, for a world that's peaceful and prosperous and a good place for women to live in, is to civilize the men. And right now, there are a lot of barbarian men running around.
Well, I think you're right. I mean, something that we just talked about in my class this week is, how extremely violent pornography has become, and yet how almost universal among our men the use of pornography is. So it's almost as if we are, as collectively as a society, brainwashing our men to use violence against women, and that's not only normal but somehow erotic to do so.
It's not, and I think I think what we've done, and again, this is reflecting on our history and our society in America and in Western civilization, is sometimes we do confuse civilizing a man with emasculating him, turning him into female. And I think that robbing men of their masculine power is not the answer. That, I think, encourages pornography, and it encourages cruelty against women, brutality against women. But there's a difference between chivalry and civilizing a man rather than robbing him of and accusing him of, what was this thing, masculine, it's escaping me now. I'm so used to the English language being constantly transformed. But masculinity has been demonized. And I think that's the kind of feminism we should reject. We don't want to demonize men. We don't want to demonize masculinity. We want to turn it into chivalry. And chivalrous men don't watch pornography. They don't need to.
Oh, I wish we could find some chivalrous men then. I mean, I live with a chivalrous man, but I've seen the survey numbers and they're appalling. They're
appalling. Yeah.
I want to sort of bring it a little bit towards your new book, which I think is interesting, because in a sense, what we've been talking about the entire time that you and I have been talking is kind of a new gloss on the clash of civilizations that Samuel Huntington posited 30 odd years ago.
Yeah.
And of course, his idea was that, there were these ethnic and religious boundaries, and that's where the clashes were. But having read your new book, and I don't know if the audience has, so I think you need to speak a little bit about it. It seems that the clash of civilizations really kind of is about the treatment of women, and that this has major implications for the future of nations with phenomena such as mass immigration and so forth. Do you want to, while we're still gathering questions from the audience, do you want to take a moment or two and kind of speak about that sort of new way of looking at the clash of civilizations and how you tackled that in your book?
So my book is called Prey. It's P-R-E-Y, Prey. And that is, in a nutshell, there are societies that view women as commodities and as prey, P-R-E-Y. And there are societies that have gone past that. Western civilization, Western societies have, I think, to a great degree, they've overcome this attitude towards treating women as subhuman. But now you have all these encounters and globalization, and it's not just that, again, the material stuff goes to other countries, but other countries' ways of doing things and thinking of things, it comes to us, and especially in Europe, it comes through immigration. So there are men pouring into Europe who are coming from countries where they're not used to treating women as equals. And maybe the only women they see it is through pornography, and it is through Hollywood, and it is through the way they are used to in their own countries treating women. And they come to Europe, and just because they cross the border doesn't mean that they have taken on these new ideas, what to them is new, and values and respect for women. So we're now seeing an explosion in sexual violence against women on the streets of Europe. And I think where the clash, and I don't want to go back and harp on the word weak, but if you don't defend your women and your children, I think you then establish the prejudice that Western men are weak and Western women are prey, therefore the taking. And all you have to do to overcome that, and this is what I'm trying to say to European governments, is just enforce the rule of law. This isn't discrimination against immigrants. It is not a negative attitude towards immigration. It is not racist. Just enforce the law.
Yeah, absolutely. I spent my latest sabbatical in Australia before lockdown occurred. And it was very interesting to see, Australia is a nation of immigrants, much like the US is, and that the Australians government had actually changed its citizenship test, so that right there on the citizenship test, they put in questions about Australian law concerning women. Yeah. So they would put in things like, is it legal in Australia, to cut your daughter's genitals? Is it legal in Australia to beat your wife? Is it, and of course the skeptics were like, well, they know what the answer should be. So, what's the point? Yeah. But I think you would answer, and I would answer too, is that that's exactly the point, is that Australians were showing that they cared whether immigrants knew how women were and were not to be treated in Australia. And not only were they giving a heads up to the men, they were also telling the women who were taking the citizenship test exactly what their rights were under the law. So it's kind of a show of conviction when hopes followed up by enforcement of the rule of law. Yeah. You
have to make the law explicit. And I think that even if you say they will give you the answer that you want to hear, by signing that piece of paper and saying, I understand these are the laws, it's explicit to me, and I sign on this piece of paper that I'll abide by those laws. And if you don't, then enforcement has to follow. And I don't know about how tough the Australian government is on enforcement, but I think the most effective way of enforcing and as a deterrent is to actually evict the violator of that law after he has signed that piece of paper and knows what he's not supposed to do. Evict him from the country. I can't think of a better deterrent, and I also can't think of a better show to the world of this. We really take our values seriously.
Right, excellent. I have another question from the audience here, which is an interesting question. I like it very much. How can we civilize the men of our country and the world if we continue to focus on building up military power and promoting force in the name of promoting our principles abroad? Oh, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
I'm eager to hear that one.
Well, we have, we don't conscript. Our military, thankfully, is men and women who choose to serve. And I can't think of an institution that is more civilizing than our military. And again, that's not to say that there are excesses, and even within the military, you will find really some tough problems. But as an institution, I think it's civilizing. I also think that it comes with the word serve. The men and women who are in the service serve us to keep the peace at home and defend us from evil abroad. And so in that sense, I think all we have to do is really maintain that military power and don't bring our military down with this woke nonsense of critical race theory and unconscious bias training, all this nonsense. It's unnecessary. If you look at our military, you have people of color, you have Native Americans, you have whites, you have women, and all those people choose to go and serve. And then they get the training. And so I would say military power is not something to hold your nose up against.
So military power by itself is not necessarily uncivilized. It kind of
It is
depends on
actually
what
a
you
force
do.
of civilization. It is a force of civilization.
Yeah.
It is but it is a military under civil rule. So it is not, we don't live under military rule. We're a democracy, and our military answers to the people.
Interesting. Good. Okay, here's a thought question. It may or may not be our last one. We'll see how long you take. But if you could do one thing to improve the situation of women in our world, what would you do?
Education. Give them access to education, educate them. It's exactly the case that these two women make in the Wall Street Journal. It is access to education. Educate girls and you empower the whole nation and the whole world.
That's great. That's right. All right, so we do have time for one more question. This is a thoughtful one as well. Can ideas of individual liberty and individual human rights realistically be exported, or must they rise from within the culture itself? How would you answer that?
I would say they can be exported, and they were. I mean, I was reading thankfully, my father allowed me to go to school, and I was reading in English. And so the books that I was reading were published in the UK and in the United States. So you can actually export it. And now with technology, we were just talking about what would be one of the ways that the women of Afghanistan might survive and might, get any kind of tidbits of education, and it is through technology. So you can actually export it. But even better than that, I want to remind everyone that people in Muslim countries and in non-Western countries are actually voting with their feet. And that's not, if that's not exporting your principles, I don't know what exporting your principles is. It's just that we forget, because of affluence, we forget to articulate what these principles are. And we're fighting amongst ourselves. The woke philosophy is not a foreign philosophy. It's born and bred and raised in our own universities. And that's something that's bringing us down. But it is not, I don't want to say that is an external enemy that came in and planted this amongst ourselves. We did it. We're doing it ourselves.
Okay, last question. So what would your counsel be to the women of Afghanistan at this critical time when there is very little that external forces can do to help them? And I think this is a very deep question, because many of us in our lives will find ourselves pitted against external forces that are larger than ourselves, and that do not wish us good. And so to our sisters in Afghanistan, would you have any advice or counsel or courage to give?
Valerie, I took up gardening, and one of the things I love about gardening is you plant this tiny seed, and one day it's almost invisible, and the next day you have something like a tree. And there's adversity, it comes and goes. That seed of education, educating girls, that has been planted now in the hearts and minds of Afghan women. And I would say just nourish it, water it, feed it, cultivate it, pass it on, cling to it. The seed is there now. Protect it from the Taliban.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautifully said.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I too have great hope that the mothers of Afghanistan are not going to rest until their daughters know how to read and write, and know that there's a future beyond that which the Taliban has painted for them.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. I think that the
And
strength.
we will not forget them. We will not forget them. We will be there. You will be there. I will be there. We will all, women of the world, we need to stand behind the women of Afghanistan.
I think that's right. One of our speakers, Metra Mehran, has suggested that one of the most important things that we can do is to keep Afghan women in the headlines, keep writing about them, keep speaking about them. Even if our country does not have very much leverage with the Taliban, at least we can keep the reality of what is being faced alive. And I think that's critically important.
That's true. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. We're very delighted to have you with us. And now we're going to take a 5-minute break. And when we come back, we will have our next speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Thank you. Good luck. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to the 7th Annual Texas Women, Peace and Security Symposium. I will now introduce Dr. Sima Samar, also a nominee for the 2022 Sakharov Prize, as our next speaker. A Nobel Peace Prize nominee, renewed human rights advocate, and a recognized global influential female figure, Dr. Samar has dedicated her life to public service, humanitarian work, and women's empowerment. Since 2002, she has been the chairperson of the Afghanistan Independent Human Rights Commission, which holds human rights violators accountable and sets the human rights agenda in Afghanistan. Alongside this, Dr. Samar is the chairperson of the Commission for the Prevention of Torture and was the chairperson of the Asia Pacific Forum for National Human Rights Institutions. Prior to her appointment as the chair of the Independent Human Rights Commission, she was vice president of the interim administration of Afghanistan and the first minister of women's affairs. Dr. Samar served as a United Nations Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the Sudan between 2005 and 2009, and has newly been appointed as a member of the United Nations Secretary General High-Level Advisory Board on Mediation. Her commitment, her community is evident through her NGO Shuhada organization's work in operating 55 middle and high schools for girls and boys in Afghanistan and 3 schools in Quetta, Pakistan for Afghan refugees. In addition to this, Shuhada operates 12 clinics and 3 hospitals in Afghanistan and 1 hospital in Quetta for refugees, dedicated to providing education and healthcare, particularly focusing on women and girls. Dr. Samar has continuously advocated for the world's underrepresented and marginalized groups such as women, children, and minorities, with the firm belief that respect for human rights and human dignity, equality between the people, and access to justice will change the reality on the ground and reduce the conflicts. We will now hear from Dr. Samar.
Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you very much for including me. Do you hear me, Lita John? Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Thank you very much for organizing this program, although I'm the last speaker, so not much left for me to say, but still I would add some points in relation to the situation in Afghanistan. I think Afghanistan case is a collective failure. I would say a failure because we did not really include everybody, including women, in the process as we should, because I do not believe on peace and security without full inclusion and full participation of women in the process. So that is said, we have a proverb in our language that when you load the truck or any other, you load the donkey, you load a plane, if you don't load it properly, it will not reach to the destination. I think we did not load properly. And that is, as I said, that is a collective failure. I would say first, the failure is, of course, the Afghan government and Afghan people, including myself. The Afghan government, of course, at the beginning, after the fall of the Taliban regime, there was no system in the country. But when we started to build the country and the system, we did not pay attention to the core principle of good governance. And that's why I think, unfortunately, the corruption continued, nepotism continued, and bad governance, we were always making a reason or trying to convince ourselves to continue the bad governance in exclusive kind of a government, unfortunately, not inclusive, in a way that we say it's Afghanistan, so we continued that kind of a policy, end up with the failure that we see today. The second point on the Afghan side, I think that when we started democratization in Afghanistan, we did not really build a strong foundation for democratization. I would say that when we started the election system, the election commission or the election complaint commission, whatever, the whole system when we start registration of the people was somehow based on some irregularity. And we had actually ignored, and we said that it's okay, it's Afghanistan. So according to Afghanistan standard, it's a free and fair election. So a standardization of the issue according to that country or this country, that is a big mistake. I think we should not repeat it in the future. The third point, which I would say that the failure of the Afghan people was that we were not united on the whole issue, and particularly on the peace process, that we were not really not able to manage the whole peace process. We knew that the American had a connection with Taliban, or had somehow a relationship with Taliban, because some of the 5 Taliban was given to Qatar on that time when they started to their office over there, in exchange to that American soldier or American officer. So that was clear, but at least in 2019 or 18, when they started publicly to say that there is a peace process, the Afghan government should have been in situation to manage the whole peace process and to lead the peace process. It's a different ideas that should we talk with Taliban or not, that is another question that we can discuss, but how long we can continue fighting and killing the people. The failure on the government, on the international community side, I think, one is that there was no long-term strategy. It was a quick fix kind of a policy, which unfortunately really did not reach to the goal that we wanted. Of course, as everybody else said, we achieved a lot in the last 20 years, but we could have achieved much more with the sacrifice that we did, with the amount of money that we spent. And of course, it was the amount of money which was spent in different direction compared to the promotion of human rights and equality and gender equality is completely different. How much money we spend on gender equality compared to the amount of money that we spend on the other issues in Afghanistan. The second point, which really helped on the failure in Afghanistan by the international community, by the US, was the intervention in Iraq, of course. All the attention was moved to Iraq instead of building Afghanistan as a success story and finish the job here, which the previous speaker spoke about it. The third point in this international mistakes or failure was the lack of united approach to the whole issue by the different people who were playing. I mean, to start from, let's say, fight against drug or counter narcotics program, how much we really reached to the goal that we had. Were we able to reduce the number of the amount of the opium produced in Afghanistan in the last 20 years? No. And then how much money we spend, it's another big question. Then how we spend, that's also another question on the overall issues. The fourth point in this issue, I think that we use the excuse that we respect the culture and tradition in Afghanistan not to promote for human rights, which already said, and they were trying to say that we are, Afghans are very traditional and very conservative people, so we should not push too much, as it was already said at the beginning of the program today. That, but I think it's a mistake. Human rights is a universal value, and we have to stand for those promotion of human rights in any circumstances with firm principle on it. The other point that what was a mistake by the government and also by the international community, that we never promote accountability and justice in the country for anyone who committed a crime, in particularly on international crimes that have been committed in the country. The fourth point that I would like to mention here is that there's a discussion that there's a difference between the big cities or the rural areas and the urban areas. Of course, it's a big difference between the rural areas and the urban areas. These days, I hear that the people keep saying that 75% of the population are living in the rural area, and so they were not benefited from the intervention of the international community. I think it's not true. We like it or not, maybe in a different way, but the people in Afghanistan in every corner of the country benefited somehow from the intervention of international community. But as I said, that because it was not a long-term multi-dimensional strategy, that what we prefer and how we really promote the gender equality. I give you one small example, the amount of money that the US and other countries spend on Afghanistan in different sections, including the infrastructure, and the amount of money which was spent on promotion of women's rights and human rights in the country, it's unimaginable. It's a big difference. Everybody said that it's less than 1 billion, and how much money already spent in the country on bombing and on other issues, on militarization and so on. So there was a wrong approach, I would say, in this regard. I give you another example of this whole undermining the gender issue and gender equality in Afghanistan. The main road, which was built between Kabul and Kandahar, I think it was about either 700 million or 800 million dollars was spent on that, because it was all designed by the men, and the American company got the contract, and they built that road. It's a 6-hour drive between Kabul and Kandahar, but there is no single toilet to facilitate women's traveling or women's trip that day or that night on the road. So you can imagine that how much the gender lens was included in the overall development, so-called development in Afghanistan. So how much would cost that those toilets? $2,000 or maybe $3,000 approximately. And they could not spend $20,000 to build some public toilet or toilet for women on that road, because the men easily can go anywhere. That is at least the common practice in Afghanistan. It's same in Kabul. When you see all this, the infrastructure in Kabul city, in the whole city, there's no public toilet to facilitate women's being in the town, let's say, or when they go for shopping, to be safe, that there's a toilet that they can continue their work. So I think what should be done, in my view, one, I think the people of course, the situation is really bad, and nobody was expecting this, and we all felt that, again, as I said, that it is a collective failure of all of us, and we were not expecting that this will happen in the country, and everything will be lost. I'm saying it because I was the first Minister of Women's Affairs, and the way I spent the energy and the time to build that ministry, and then the same way for the Human Rights Commission, I was the chairperson of the Human Rights Commission. In fact, I was the first person to start it. With all the work that we did in the Human Rights Commission and the Ministry of Women's Affairs, that is completely abolished by the Taliban. So the whole process increased these days, the violence against women, because poverty itself is increasing the violence against women, and all the shutdown because of the COVID and everything is itself contributed to a lot of violence within the family against women. And it's sad because there's no place for them to go and receive services. So there was the Human Rights Commission, there was the Ministry of Women's Affairs, there was a family response unit in the police offices in different districts of Kabul or the other part of the country. And also there was elimination of violence against women in the prosecutor office. All of those are shut up, and most of the female NGOs who were providing some kind of support services to violence, to domestic violence to women or to the victims of violence is not existing anymore. So it is not only the restriction of women's access to education, which is also, in my personal view, it's one of the biggest crime. It's a clear violation of human rights, although it doesn't really say that it's a civilian casualty like the NIHL, but this is also violation of the basic rights. I mean, it's not luxury in my personal view, it's a need, and it's the best tool to change the mentality of the people. So in order to prevent the crisis in Afghanistan, I think the people of Afghanistan should not be punished because of the bad leadership. So we have to find a way to provide support, humanitarian support to the people in dignified way. I personally am not for a relief program only, but it should be created somehow a job for the people. World Food Program can provide food for work, food for education, food for a lot of other issues, including kind of a provision of food for women, maybe for some handicraft. They can use the handicraft and sell it in subsidy in the market outside Afghanistan or inside Afghanistan in order to give kind of a confidence to the women that they are earning. It's their own income rather than getting only as a relief program. The second point that I would mention is that, of course, clearly it should not be given to the Taliban. And that the provision of relief to the families or to the people should be clearly through the NGOs and not through Taliban structure or regime or people. But they should be kept responsible to provide the security to those people who provide the relief program or food distribution program. And it should not be discriminatory according to the geography or according to the ethnic group in Afghanistan. The third point that I would like to mention, the countries who has leverage and who are friendly with Taliban should be pressurized in order to promote or push for human rights. As already said by previous speakers, when there's a meeting, either the Troika in Islamabad or in the G20 in Italy, the issue of women's rights and human rights is coming on the third sector. The first is terrorism. I mean, if they promote women's rights and human rights in the country, terrorism itself is going really down. It could be controlled. So I think it's sad that we see that the countries who come up with all these meetings and statements, they're not keeping their promises. I remember when the Moscow and the Peking and Islamabad, they said that they are not going to accept the Taliban Emirat system, but now they're talking to those people who establish Emirat system. So it is very unfortunate, but I would like to say that it is unfortunate, and I am afraid that we will all pay a heavy price for that mistake. The fourth point that I would like to mention is that we should not negotiate on human rights and basic women's rights, of course, including human rights. And that should be clear for all of us. And that message should be clear by everybody to the Taliban clearly and loudly. Fifth point, I think that we should also call for accountability and justice, particularly for international crimes, war crimes and crimes against humanity. Otherwise, we fuel really and support the culture of impunity, not only in Afghanistan, but also the other countries will learn from us. So I think these are the other point that I would like to mention is that we all know that we cannot reach to development or to a prosperous country if we do not really put the issue of women on top of the agenda. Those respect for culture or respect for religion should not be used. And I think that religion is not against the education. It's not against the women's rights. And particularly in Islam, and our previous speakers spoke about it, but it started with Iqra, to read. So no, they cannot really say or stand against it if they want to use the religion. And my final point would be, is that there is no security without women. There's no the security definition is not to end the war or to end the conflict. Security is a human security, and free and fair from poverty, from hunger, from fair and wants. So that should be promoted in the country, and that cannot be reached without full participation of women in respect to human rights and human rights approach. So I think that the definition of security, women, peace and security, is actually a human security to the overall peace and security cannot be reached without women. So I stop here, and I think that and some of the issues, I just mentioned one other point in this case, and some of the UN agencies already asked the female staff to work from home, and this is somehow to please the Taliban, that they accept their rule to not allow the female staff to come in the office and work from the office, and that is not really fair. And I'm sorry to say that at least UN is the guardian of human rights and principle of human rights, and they should not negotiate on those issues. I stop here and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Samar. Those are great. I was taking copious notes as you were listing all of your various points. I have some good audience questions for you, so let me start with those. In terms of your work with the Afghan Human Rights Commission, documenting human rights abuses by the warlords for the government, now that a lot of these high-profile government representatives and warlords are outside of Afghanistan, is this the moment to act and bring them to justice?
Well, I think justice cannot be selective, and it should not be politicized. Justice should be for everyone. So that is, I think it was not only the Afghan warlord and the Afghan government, it was also the other countries and governments who were involved in Afghanistan, unfortunately committed some crimes and mistakes, and it should be accountability for all. And I think, again, access to justice is not a luxury, and it's a basic human right, and that should be. And it's also an important ingredient of Islamic religion. So if they don't provide justice, it means that there's no rule of law then. So justice, again, justice and rule of law and implementation of human rights is going together.
I'm curious, I've asked this of many of the speakers today, so I'll ask it of you as well, is we've heard the call for human rights, especially women's rights, to be non-negotiable, and that the international community should not stand for the violation of these rights. And yet at the same time, as you say, the people of Afghanistan cannot be made collateral damage to the Taliban's intransigence. So it does seem like a bit of a conundrum there, which is how do we help the people of Afghanistan while having certain demands of the Taliban be non-negotiable. It almost seems like they are negotiable. How would you respond? What's the smart way to do this?
Well, I think that unfortunately, the people of Afghanistan have seen this situation for years and years, and it's just a continuation of the emergency situation that we have in the last 44 years in the country. But I think we can find a way again to not support the Taliban existence. It does support them indirectly, but to not give them more legitimacy. But the people should not be punished for that, the normal people. And the children in Afghanistan should not be die from hunger and suffer from malnutrition because they have bad leaders, either the previous government or the current. I mean, when I speak of accountability, all these people who suffers, all these people who are displaced or forced to be displaced, who's responsible for this? But there was possibility to handle the whole process in a better way. And somebody is responsible for it. Taking the country is one thing, but governing the country is different. And they themselves know this. And clearly, they're shocked because they were not prepared to govern.
Absolutely. It all happened way too fast. It's a difficult task to transform from an insurgent group into an effective government, isn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, I had 3 days before the collapse, I had an interview with one of the magazine in Brussels. And I said, no, the government will not collapse. And he was, after the collapse of Kabul, he was sending me the article if I approve it. And I said, it's completely different world. I would say that it was lying to the people. The whole, unfortunately, the president was lying to the people and to everybody, to the international community and to the Afghan people. And nobody was, because the army, although it was not the very big number of the army, I mean, it was corruption, a lot of ghost army and ghost soldier, ghost police officers, but they were really fighting hard and we lost a lot of them. So they were pushing the Taliban back from Herat, from Helmand, from Kandahar, and we didn't know what is happening. So it was beyond our, I mean, I would say that maybe my own calculation was wrong. That's why I'm saying it should be accountability for all of us.
Well, which brings me to, I think what will probably be our last question is, one of our audience notes that you've been appointed as a member of the UN Secretary General's High-Level Advisory Board on Mediation. So in a sense, what are you going to do now to try to fight for Afghan women? In what ways do you see yourself engaging in this non-negotiable stance towards women and human rights in Afghanistan with the Taliban government?
Well, I think one of the issues that, of course, that mediation whole program was not really very functional because of the COVID and so on. But I continue to advocate for human rights and for non-negotiation of human rights principles with Taliban. And I have done it during the Taliban first government, and I'm doing it now. But of course, I have to admit that this time is more difficult than before, because somehow we were prepared for that situation. And this time we were caught, and I would say we were not calculating properly. The last point that I would like to mention is that, of course, I was the chairperson of the Human Rights Commission for 17 years. I started everything. The Taliban might take and abolish the system or the offices and take in all the documents, but the knowledge that the people got about their rights, they cannot take them from the people. And that's why I see the young generation who protests still in the country continues to stand against Taliban. So the other point that I want to mention is that we have to learn lessons from Afghanistan. And Valerie, I think you need to do a proper research, not only on Afghanistan, but also overall women, peace and security, and how much is really nice talk, but not walk.
Well said. I'm hoping that maybe we can get you out here at Texas A&M and we can work on that project together. That would be delightful. Thank you so much for these remarks, and appreciate everything that you've said today. And now we're going to turn the time over to Lida to introduce our final speaker, Ambassador Ryan Crocker. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Samar, for your reflections. I will now introduce the Honorable Ryan Crocker, former U.S. Ambassador to Afghanistan. Ryan Crocker is a non-resident senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Other academic appointments have included diplomat in residence at Princeton University, inaugural Kissinger Fellow at Yale University, the James Schlesinger Distinguished Visiting Professor at the University of Virginia, and Texas A&M, where he was Dean of the Bush School of Government. He was a career Foreign Service officer who served 6 times as an American ambassador in Afghanistan, Iraq, Pakistan, Syria, Kuwait, and Lebanon. He serves on the board of advisors of No One Left Behind, an NGO dedicated to ensuring that America keeps its promises to Afghans and Iraqis who risk their lives to support us. He received the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the nation's highest civilian honor, in 2009. Other recent awards include the West Point Association of Graduates Their Award in 2020 and the inaugural Bancroft Award presented by the Naval Academy in 2016. Also in 2016, he was named an honorary fellow of the Literary and Historical Society at the University College Dublin, where he was presented the annual James Joyce Award. He's an honorary Marine. We will now hear from the Honorable Ryan Crocker, following whom Dr. Hudson will give closing remarks.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be with you, even remotely. I had the good fortune to be able to listen to most of the day's presentations, and it caused me to reflect, not for the first time, that the most important thing I did as Dean of the Bush School was to hire Valerie Hudson. We got a great faculty. Valerie is in a class by herself, and today's seminar, I think, just underscores that. I tuned in this morning in a pretty dark mood, and I have to say that those clouds have lifted just a little. I was the individual who reopened our embassy in Kabul after the fall of the Taliban, when we were trying to figure out the best way forward in Afghanistan. There is a lot of rhetoric out there. You know, we lost our way, we didn't know what we were there to do, et cetera, et cetera. Not for me. The issue from day one, I was in New York City when the towers went down, got to watch that from the Queensboro Bridge. It was about America's national security. That never again would a force arise in Afghanistan that could strike us in the homeland. Everything else was a question of what were the best tactics to achieve that goal. Female education emerged immediately as a priority, that if girls and women were fairly educated and had the opportunity to play a meaningful role in their society, that's long-term security for them, for their country, and for our own. And that's where girls' schools came in. It's the first thing USAID did. My first congressional visitor in January 2002 was in Senator Joe Biden. And we visited a girls' school, a first grade class that had girls from age 6 to age 12. The 12-year-olds, of course, having lost their chance at education when the Taliban took over. And that was the future, literally the future. Chairman Biden was, of course, a lot more supportive of the endeavor than President Biden turned out to be. So again, as we look at Afghanistan then and now and try to imagine a future, what it might look like, it's hard to be very, very upbeat. I sense the sense of impatience that several of the speakers referred to, that we just decided we didn't want to do it anymore. I think, sadly, strikes pretty close to the truth. It's the assessment I would make. We ran out of strategic patience in Afghanistan. We were not defeated by the Taliban. We were not in an unwinnable war. We just decided, 2 presidents decided, we didn't want to do it anymore. One thing I also noticed, I will remark with favor on it, there wasn't a lot of talk that I heard today about winning and losing and victory and defeat and success and failure. I've never used those terms, not in Afghanistan, not in Iraq, and not in some of the other crunchy places I've been over the year. Where we had gotten, I think by the, say the first year of the Trump presidency, when we had a little over 10,000 troops, there were 14,000 when President Obama left office. It might have come down a little, say by 2017, but not much. The Taliban was on a back foot. I mean, they controlled 0 of Afghanistan's 34 provincial capitals. They were putting up a fight, but they too were taking some pretty big losses. When I was there as ambassador, 2011, 2012, we had over 100,000. So we were doing pretty well. The Afghans were doing pretty well with a hugely reduced number of troops. Those numbers went down further. And still the Taliban could not muster the resources to take and hold a single provincial capital. What changed? President Trump's catastrophic decision to negotiate directly with the Taliban. And in that process of negotiation, to exclude the Afghan government, thereby delegitimizing it in the eyes of the world and in the eyes of its own people. Concretely, we forced the Afghan government to release 5,000 Taliban prisoners, most of whom immediately rejoined the fight. So it's not hard for me to see why the Afghan National Security Forces would hold the line no longer as their heretofore staunch ally walked out on them. The collapse was more sudden than I certainly foresaw, but that there would be a collapse, I don't think that was in question. Once we started those negotiations, and I labeled them right at the start, not peace negotiations, these were surrender negotiations. We're getting out, we'll get the best deal we can, but we're going home. Well, the Taliban understood that perfectly and reacted accordingly. So peace was never on the table, unless it's a peace to the grave. It was all about American withdrawal. I'll spare you a recitation of the concerns I have going forward regionally and globally. We are focused on a particular purpose here, which is, of course, the women and girls of Afghanistan. Much of this debate, I find it hard to listen to. Not today, but some of the talking heads out there. You know, holding the Taliban to account, requiring that the Taliban respect basic human rights, and especially the rights of girls and women. Well, we had that leverage, and then we walked out. So, you know, who is going to hold us accountable? Someone certainly should. At a minimum, I wish we could stop playing the blame game. The Republicans and the Democrats volley back and forth on who lost Afghanistan. What does this mean in concrete terms? Well, I would say a couple of things. And in this, of course, I'm echoing what we've already heard. I think we did do some lasting good in Afghanistan. Not our bricks and mortar projects. If we've learned anything, I hope it's that kind of investment, which costs a whole lot of money, delivers minimal returns for lots of reasons. The difference we made was in if you will, the social sphere, the livelihood sphere, the fact that, as several speakers have pointed out, education of females is been substantial. Infant mortality, maternal mortality have dropped significantly. Women step forward into parliament, into the private sector, into the military. Those are very real gains that will be very hard to erase as we move on. This, though, was not, to say the least, not a coherent plan on our part. Not under President Trump, not under President Biden. We should have stayed longer. We should have been more measured. We should have looked to our values as well as to our national security interests. We didn't do that, and now, of course, we face what we face. There has been some happy talk, not again in today's session, on a Taliban 2.0, maybe a kinder, gentler Taliban that actually cares what the rest of the world thinks. Well, that's not going to be coming to a theater near us anytime soon. If anything, I think they're going to go the other way. We have already seen the appointment of the Minister of Interior, occupying, of course, the building formerly occupied by the Ministry of Women's Affairs, Sirajuddin Haqqani. Even by the standards of the Taliban, he is pure evil. The other thing to look at, of course, are the array of attacks that have been committed by Islamic State, including today's car bombing. If anything, that will push the Taliban more to the right, if that term has any meaning in an Afghan context. That the last thing they will do now is lay themselves open to an allegation that they are abandoning the true path of the faith and prepared to compromise their most basic principles. That will not happen. So the notion that they're going to trim their sails or reduce their outrages because of international pressure just won't happen. I did hear a couple of things that I thought were important. Ayaan Hirsi Ali, I had the privilege of serving at a conference with her a few years back at Aspen. Her comments in particular on the role of the U.S. military, I thought were important. That the U.S. military actually can be a force for good. I have styled it as the U.S. Army as the most powerful humanitarian organization on earth. And I had some personal experience with that in the deadly Kashmir earthquake in Pakistan in the fall of 2005. The United States response, largely military, was enormous. Over 20 CH-47 helicopters deployed to bring in assistance and bring out victims of the quake in the remote mountain region of Northeast Pakistan. 2 field hospitals, one Navy Marine, 1 Army, over 1,000 personnel deployed, all of that to save Pakistani lives. So it is important to note that that the American military has very often been a force for good. And I put some stress on this because I think for a number of people in America, including staunch feminists, I think they found themselves in a bit of a bind that it was hard for them to say the U.S. military should not withdraw or should not have withdrawn because they don't really like the U.S. military. And I fear in some cases, we saw individuals kind of sacrificing their principles vis-a-vis the safety and well-being of Afghan women and girls to a kind of a visceral mistrust of everything military. All of that said, of course, the military is the military. They are trained to kill people and break things. But again, as Ayaan Hirsi Ali said, they're also a civilizing force. How can maybe they become more civilizing and less breaking moving ahead? Well, I think we're kind of on that path. I would certainly defer to those who have worn the uniform, of course, Colonel Weiss, obviously, but Valerie, you too. Parentheses here, I hope you've told everyone that wonderful story of when you were in the Army Reserves on a bus with a bunch of unreconstructed Special Forces personnel. When the bus broke down, you were the only one who could fix it, and you did, and had I guess, a pretty quiet ride the rest of the way. Nobody trying to harass you. That stands out in my mind as the way to go on this. Unremarked by most of America, we now have a combatant commander who is a woman. And that is the commander of Southern Command. Covers everything in Central and South America. She is, again, the first woman to hold a combatant command at the 4-star level. That's the way to go, I think. If you want a military that takes a longer view, that understands that our greatest achievements should come without firing a shot if the circumstances are right, I would love to see more women of quality and dedication join the military and rise through the ranks, because that's where real change comes in. Again, in my own particular experience with these matters, it's always been for me a national security imperative. What happens if you use both halves of your population to their fullest potential? I don't need to tell anyone in this seminar how far away we still are on that as far as gender equality goes. But that's the direction in which we must strive, not just because it's the right thing to do, but because it's essential for America's own national security. Again, we gave up the chance to continue to do that in Afghanistan. Again, not because it was too expensive, not because our casualties were too high up until that final withdrawal where a car bomber got through to kill a dozen Marines. We hadn't had a combat fatality in 18 months. We just didn't want to do it. And again, the repercussions of that will be long and they will be painful. I testified last month for the House Foreign Affairs Committee. And I would just read one bit from my written testimony. One of the projects that had the greatest impact in Afghanistan, construction projects, that cost the least amount of money. It was the reconstruction of Ghazi Stadium in Kabul to FIFA standards, meaning that it could host World Cup matches. That was a joint endeavor by International Security Assistant Forces Commander John Allen and me. For a soccer-mad country, this was huge. But there was a deeper meaning. Ghazi Stadium was used by the Taliban to carry out public punishments after Friday prayers, including beheadings and the stoning of women. This was the symbol of the new Afghanistan, General Allen and I thought. A more stark contrast between the Afghanistan that inaugurated that playing field and the Taliban, which used it for public executions. Hard to imagine any greater contrast than that. And now we're gone. And I wonder how long it's going to take the Taliban to turn it back into a killing ground. And if and as they do, we let it happen. So that was my mood this morning. I leave this program, though, with my spirits, as I said, somewhat lifted. And it was lifted by our Afghan speakers that I was able to hear. Both ambassadors and the redoubtable Seema Samar. Don't give up. Don't give up hope. Keep going. Find a way. Because that's, in their judgment, is what the Afghans themselves will do, somehow, some way. The fact that we have closed the door on our military involvement didn't end the war. It just gave the advantage, as we saw, to the Taliban. But it isn't over. And we should not ever let ourselves think it's over. That requires hope, even in the darkest times. And again, listening to all of you, but in particular, listening to Afghan women, I've got some of that hope back. If they, as Afghans, can cherish some hope here, then we need to fall in behind them. Let them show the way, and let's figure it out how we can play a supporting role that will take Afghanistan to a better place than it is today. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield any remaining time to you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm so grateful for your remarks, Ryan. And I just want to tell you a couple of things. Number one, I'm just absolutely astounded that you remembered that anecdote that I must have told you at least a decade ago. So that's just absolutely amazing to me. You have a remarkable memory, an absolutely remarkable memory. The second thing is that, would you mind if I asked you just a couple of questions? And the reason is that your vast experience is something that I think is a treasure here, not just for our conference, but also for the United States more broadly. So would you mind fielding a couple of questions, Ryan?
Of course not.
You're so kind. I wonder if you would say a couple of words about what you see as the global and regional implications of withdrawal. I think a lot of us who study national security are a bit concerned about this. What would your thoughts be?
Well, you lead me back into the gloom again. Globally, I'm afraid we have once again tarnished our reputation for global leadership and engagement. And I think it's been a particularly hard blow because it, in its final phases, was executed by a president who, better than any recent president, have to go back to George H.W. Bush to find a president who was more knowledgeable and engaged globally than President Biden. On this crucial issue, he absolutely did not act like it. So I'm afraid that this will further encourage our adversaries and instill further fear in our allies that you just can't count on the US. We saw a bit of this, of course, in the exchanges, public exchanges with respect to Taiwan. The Chinese leadership saying, don't count on those guys, baby. You better cut your best deal with us now because they ain't going to be around to back you up. Well, that's a kind of a global phenomenon. We've done a lot of damage, again, with NATO. Part of that is what I would call jilted suitor syndrome. We might have expected that from President Trump, but boy, we sure didn't expect it from President Biden. So, you know, if the message here is America in retreat, America disengaged globally, what happens then? Well, it isn't going to be China. They've been pretty clear about that. Certainly clear about the Middle East, the broader Middle East. They're not going to play the role we play. So then what? Well, I think you get kind of a balance of power system of sorts, kind of around the region and the globe. And as you know better than anybody, balance of power systems are great until they aren't. And that's how we got 2 world wars. So at the strategic level, what this has done to our sense of strategic engagement and again, the sense that others have of us, it's a little bit scary. Regionally, also pretty bleak, I think. The Pakistanis, for example, I was ambassador there for 3 years. They probably had about 15 minutes of high-fiving in the halls of power in Rawalpindi and Islamabad that what they had said all along turned out to be exactly right. And what they had said all along to us, 3 long years I heard this, yeah, we're happy to go after Al-Qaeda with you, but you're completely nuts if you think we're going to turn the Afghan Taliban into a mortal enemy, because we know what you're going to do. You're going to leave. And we're not, because we actually live here. And we are not going to deal with an empowered Afghan Taliban that now has us in their gun sights. So hence the high-fiving. And why did it stop after 15 minutes? Because the Pakistanis know that the way we left and the narrative we gave to the Taliban that clad only in the armor of the one true faith, they vanquished the American infidels. Well, that's powerful. And the Taliban Pakistan has already picked it up. The jihadi groups focused on Kashmir have picked it up at a time, of course, when Prime Minister Modi has alienated the Muslim population of Kashmir by his actions. So the Pakistanis are aware that they are now in trouble. That their stability is threatened. And when you stop to think, this is a country with what, the world's 6th largest standing army, and it is a nuclear weapon state. If things shake loose in Pakistan, the whole world's in danger. Ditto in Iran. Yeah, the great Satan got one on the chops. That is a really good thing, but uh-oh, aren't these the guys we almost went to war with in 1999? There really isn't enough room border to border between the Islamic Republic and the Islamic Emirate. China, they share a short area of border with Afghanistan. They have alienated their Muslim population, the Uyghurs. Likely that Taliban-inspired radicals are going to try to shake things up a bit in Western China. So globally, regionally, in Afghanistan itself, the news is not good, to say the very least. But again, particularly the wonderful Afghan speakers you lined up, Valerie, they do give me hope, at least in the Afghan context, that they are not giving up, and therefore the rest of us cannot give up.
I feel that too. If they're not giving up, we have no right to give up. I'm with you. I did want to say that Dean Welsh sent me a text that says that the very first combatant commander who was a woman was Northcom, Lori Robinson in 2015. But, you know, Northcom's a little bit different than Southcom.
Well, she was the, hang on, this is an important point.
The battle of the deans of the Bush School. I love it.
Yeah, well, I wonder if you meant Lauren Richardson. She's the commander of Southern Command. Well, previously she did have Northern Command as a 3-star.
Oh, I think he's saying Air Force General Lori Robinson.
Okay.
Was the first 4-star women combatant commander, Northcom in 2015. So you gotta. I know that Dean Welsh knows everything about Air Force generals that have made good. So I think we got to take him at
and Southern Command, General Richardson, Army.
Yeah.
But I think there's real opportunity here. I mean, this is never. And I would hate to see my feminist friends just again. I've already spoken of the ambivalence I saw on the U.S. military as a constructive force. I hope they will pay attention to this. I mean, you've got now, we have several female 4-stars. I did receive the Sayre Award in 2020. In 2019, the recipient was the first woman to wear 4 stars in the U.S. Army, General Dunwoody. So I think this is, you know, it's slow, it's incremental, but I think this is a very important shift for the United States. When we are giving our top commands to women. And I would just say here too, because it applies. So I'm a slightly nervous flyer, not panicked, but slightly nervous. You know, when you're getting set to take off, the captain always gets on the intercom, says this little welcome aboard thing. If the aircraft commander is a woman, I relax.
Really? Why is that?
Because I know she had to work harder, care more, and be smarter than her male colleagues.
Interesting.
I think that is also true at the top levels of our military.
Wow. All right. I'm going to ask you one last question. It's probably the toughest question of all, which is, I think a lot of us could have predicted that the Trump administration wouldn't care 2 figs about women. But the Biden administration established a White House Gender Council. We have a female vice president. I'm struggling as an American to understand what went down. Can you help me?
I cannot, because I've been struggling with the same thing. You know, you've got you know, women seated throughout the administration. Having Avril Haines as DNI, for example. Did they not raise a voice to say, boss, this is a really bad idea, let's spell it out for you? So I just don't know. I would offer a thought that someone else passed on to me that, yeah, these are all great people, we know them and so forth, but you know, most of them really were staffers. And they may not bring to the table the same self-assurance, say, that the Bush 41 national security team did with Jim Baker and Brent Scowcroft, the late Colin Powell, of course, as chairman. The Biden inner circle have been with him for a very long time and in a staff role. And maybe they don't talk back or speak independently. as some of the others did, but I can't imagine these people, any of them, Wendy Sherman, Tony Blinken, none of them could have thought this was a good idea. So I'm at a loss.
Yeah, I think there really has to be a post-mortem here. And I think for many of the reasons that you mentioned in terms of the global and regional implications of this, I think about Taiwan and what Taiwan, looking at Afghanistan, what lessons they must take. I also am just mystified as to why we were not prepared for what would happen when we gave up a Gram airfield. You know, you would think that those plans would have been in the works months before to set up the visa systems and to, you know, put everything in a row so that when the exit happened, there wouldn't be absolute confusion, mayhem, and bloodshed. And so that too just seems, I'm mystified by that. Even just the nuts and bolts, not the high level decision making even, but the nuts and bolts of contingency planning just seem to have been absent. And that's worrisome.
Largely true. I would note one thing, things that didn't happen don't make the news. The embassy was evacuated, including all sensitive materials, as were all of our forces that had been brought in centralized. So, there was no Tehran 1979 moment. And there could have been. Again, it's the non-story of what didn't happen. But overall, I just don't get it. And as we now do all the Afghanistan hearings, I'll be up in front of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee next week. Scotty Miller, who of course was the last commander there, 3 solid years, a great officer, to hear his account. I think is going to be pretty important. And that's probably the reason we haven't heard it yet. The administration doesn't want to hear his account.
Fascinating. I'll be all ears for that. All right, Ryan, I want to thank you so much. And I hope you stay around for the next 5 minutes, because in my closing remark, I'm going to quote you. So just like you quoted my little anecdote, I'm going to quote you.
I've told it 100 times. It's a great story. And I guess my last remark would be Valerie Hudson for National Security Advisor or Secretary of State. Write your congressman.
I'm not sure I should say thank you, but that was very complimentary. All right. Well, I hope you feel as I do that this has just been a rich feast. We've heard from amazing people. We've heard from Ambassador Raz, Ambassador Rahmani, Dr. Seema Samar. We've heard from Colonel Weiss. We've heard from Metra Mehran. We've heard from, I mean, it's just been absolutely terrific. And I do want to end my remarks. I know perhaps it sounds pro forma to end on a note of hope, but for many years, I put a quote of Ryan Crocker's as my email signature quote. And so I want to share that with you because it's what I'm feeling right now. And Ryan said, perseverance does not require hope, but hope requires perseverance, because if you don't persevere, it's hopeless, right? And I think there's a lot of deep truth in that. It's one thing to imagine what could be done. It's something different to actually grapple with the constraints that the Taliban are putting on women on the ground. And we know that this is going to be a long, hard battle on the part of Afghan women. And we can support them as well as we can, but in the end, it is their perseverance and our determination never to step away from their side that's going to make the difference. That's what will turn the tide. And I am a believer that history is a lot longer than what we have seen of the history of the Taliban, and that there will indeed be a turning of the world, and that there will come a time when the women of Afghanistan will once again enjoy the freedoms that they deserve simply as human beings, the freedoms to go to school, the freedoms to move in the public square, the freedoms to vote, the freedoms to join the government. These are basic human freedoms, and no one should be denied them. And Afghan women should not be denied them simply because they are women, because God created not just men, but women in his image. And under Islam, as we've discussed today, women are full human beings deserving of these rights. And so I believe that God is on their side. And I believe as we stand beside them, that we can be of help in that long fight. And so with that, I want to thank everyone who has participated in this discussion today. And I hope that you will think about these matters, write about them, speak about them, keep them in the headlines as we were urged to do. Do those heavy-hitting postmortems as Cornelia, Weiss, and others have done. And make sure that the story is told so that lessons can be learned. Thank you again, and so long.